check one, two. We might not be live, huh? We are live, okay. It's good that we weren't live. Hope we don't get kicked off again today. I think we're here. Ah, sweet. The stream is up. Right on. Good morning out there. You're out of the box. What do we got going on here this morning? We are running a test this morning. Woo! Good morning. How are y'all doing today? Hope you all had a great weekend. Let's see if that works. Good morning, Stacy. Good morning, Brad. Good to see everybody out there. Just waiting until everybody piles in. Yeah, I don't know if I'll have my well, we'll check with the camera. Probably have to put a fan on in here this morning too. I have not set the fan yet. Okay. It's getting hot out here in Detroit. Had it's really weird. We lost like, good morning out there. How y'all doing? Hope y'all had a wonderful weekend. This morning's looking kind of nice out there, right? We had some tornadoes and stuff roll through south of Michigan. I just noticed just now that none of my stuff posted to Twitter over the weekend, so I'll try to get some of that stuff up so you guys see what happened this weekend. Went on a 5K run on Saturday morning for breast cancer awareness. It was really cool. Took out the kids, had the daughters out all weekend. I don't know what's going on. Either I don't know if it's the internet or if it's my phone. It's one or the other. But anyways, the weekend has proved to be an up move, right? We did not get a new high on Friday. I saw that. And to the close, they were trying to sell it. They tried it again this morning. Let me see if I can show this on a better chart, maybe. They did it. So on Friday towards the close, they sold. They hit the sell button hard and heavy. They did it again this morning at 4 a.m. I'm just going to bring that up really quick. Let's switch over to the opening bell position. Let me see if I can get this up for you and just show you this here. And the reason I'm going to bring this up for you is because why? Let me see if I can. This might show it better. This might show it better right here. So I'm going to bring this up for you. Can I bring that up? This isn't a normal. Oh, you know what? I'll bring it down here. I got a better way to show it. Okay, so this is my screen here. And I don't know if you can see this or not, but let me see if I can blow that up a little bit. So just something important to take a peek at, or the importance of this, okay? So this was Friday, right? And Friday, briefly, I believe we got over the daily trigger. I believe that was the daily trigger on Friday, right in here. I believe this was the daily trigger. Don't quote me on this, but I think it was. But it was like right there. And I was like, yeah, we're above. I think we're above or something. We're like, no, that's what it was. We were above the daily trigger. somewhere in here. And they didn't want to let price get above for the new high. So you got the high and then no new high. They did the same thing again this morning at 4 a.m. Tried to get saucy. I saw this. I was awake for this. But then it came back down, got rebought again. And you can see right now we're kind of still there. I don't know if you can see that right now, but let me see here. You can kind of see they're trying the same thing. Just in here, do you see it? So every time you come up in here, there's a lot of supply coming in. You see it? Here. Trying to keep the man down over here, aren't they? You see it? They've been trying this all weekend and even into today. Now we're going to talk about we're going to squeeze or we're going to roll, that kind of stuff. We're going to get into that right now before the start. It's kind of important. And we're just going to take a peek really quick at SPY specifically for right now. So let's see, trigger full screen. We just want to be watching for certain things, okay? As we cross above. Morning, John, how are you? So as we cross above the daily trigger, you want to be paying close attention to new highs. As long as we're getting these new highs, everything should be fine. I try to look at this stuff on a higher frame. Like an hour frame is a preference of mine. Because, number one, as we come into the daily trigger, you're going to get volatility a lot of times. We run back and forth. And then what you really want to see is a clean break. Let's take a look back here. At least of this high right here. So we'll draw this one in. Now there's some other places, we'll make this one yellow right here. Little yellow box right there, you see it? And I want you to pick up this one right here. There. And we'll pick this one. This is the most important one, really, on this kind of a major thing right here. It's like that 5:15:36, somewhere in there. This is kind of like the big one right here. Let's go back to a 1 minute. Well, I guess we can go to a 30-minute chart here. And what I'm looking for here is twofold. I'm looking for price to, whether it does or doesn't, I don't care. If it doesn't, I want to know, right? Now, if you're a buyer or a bull or something like that, you are looking for price to break above here. And you're paying close attention to this hourly trigger down here. And the reason being is you want to see a back test, successful back test, and if anything, maybe one more, something like that, before you start getting, as they say, all bulled up. If you want some relative safety, it's something like that, okay? A succession of new highs, and the hourly trigger above the daily trigger. And the reason I'm saying that to you is because what can happen is you'll see something where we're strong right here, right? We blast up, come back down, and we actually fail that new high. And bulls still think they're okay in here, and they're not. What they'll do is send this straight down to the depths of hell on you. Not just here, but much lower. So until you start getting these successive new highs, the daily or the hourly trigger is above the daily trigger at the same time, bulls are not safe. And I need to impress that upon you even this morning. Where we are currently at the moment, the correction is still not done. It's almost done. You got the one here, the new high right here. I guess you could say this is done, but not quite. I'd really like to see this one taken out back here. This bad boy right here is going to be important. So we'll monitor it and see what happens. If you want to know my thesis on today, we'll talk about that this morning, where I think that we're going. Now, I don't know if they do it early or if they do it end of day. It's going to be one or the other. It's either going to be right off the bell and we start ramping, where we just go straight up and then sideways, or we're going to catch this high right here. See this yellow one? What we'll end up doing is we'll end up catching this high right here. They'll pull it back. We'll trade it sideways throughout the day, and then eventually make our way end of day up here. So there could be something more like this sideways, right? Grind, and then end of the day they just slam us up. Now this is not a 30-minute trigger. I should probably, or a 30-minute. Here, let me make this better. Let me make this more. Let me put this more in line with time. Hang tight here. We've got. Let me move this over for you too, because we're gonna go there right now. So this is. How do I get 1600 here? There we go, 1600. So there's 1600. We got our first squeeze, our nice new high right here. Nice and bullish, beautiful. Likey, 510.58. The expectation here would be to have a pullback. Be really nice to see that one right there, wouldn't it? And then you get the cross of the hourly trigger and the daily trigger. We'd come straight back down. Now that's probably the best outcome right here for bulls. The alternate path is what I think that we do, which would be that we pull back off this one, and then we make our way sideways, believe it or not. And this ramp could be insane. It could be all the way up here. This looks like shit, doesn't it? This does not look good like this. My God, look at how terrible that looks. Let me redraw that. Something more like this. They sell this, come back down, ramp it up into the close. Now, when we come into Tuesday, regardless if we go up here today, or end of the day today, the expectation would be we're going to trade sideways into Wednesday and have a bloodbath for the FOMC meeting, believe it or not. Now, some of you might not be expecting that, but a lot of people out there are expecting that. I'm going to show you that trade later this morning. We're going to get into it later this morning, and I'm going to show you guys. Whoop! Sorry about that. Everything's all wonky here. Move that over there to the side a little bit. So we'll leave this one up as an alternate path here. Or let's get rid of it. See, because this is what I think. This is what we're gonna do. And why do I think this? I think this for a bunch of reasons. But the main one is this: I want to key you guys into the triggers and why they matter. Sunday I wrote a brief where I went over a bunch of stuff, and just in general, I was like, yeah, we've got reports all week long around the world, like New Zealand, Australia, China, South Korea. I didn't even want to type this stuff out. I'm like, there's so much to type out, like all of Europe has reports coming out, South Korea, you name it. And a lot of this is based on what the U.S. is doing, even though they don't want to say it. A lot of this data coming out across the world. So we have world economic data, headline economic news coming out across the world, right? Then on top of that, we've got major bond market news coming out this week, including today at 3 p.m. And then we've got the Fed, right? You get the Fed coming out and doing their thing this week. Then you've got one of the busiest weeks in earnings. How do you wade through all of that stuff? Like what reports actually matter? What reports actually, like, we're not going to just go from report to report and start crashing the market and then bring the market back on each report. So which reports actually matter? Do even the ones that matter in regards to the FOMC meeting? Do world reports, Japanese intervention in the yen matter, right? What actually matters? And when we're in places like this, I tend to stop paying attention to all of the noise, the news, the noise, and start paying more attention to the mechanics of the triggers, because they can be very telling regardless of what the news is. Even though there are events where the triggers tend not to work as well as one would hope. They do a really good job on like earnings or FOMC meetings for a low. Like if you're going to slam down on the weekly trigger or something, kind of know where it is, right? Kind of know where the ceiling, not the ceiling, but the floor is, at least momentarily. But the triggers tend to dispel a lot of the haze and craze. I don't even know what went on Twitter this weekend. I'm assuming that on Twitter this weekend, people were just like slinging all kinds of shit about this upcoming week because there is a ton of stuff happening this week. And if you are out there in the world of FinTwit on the weekends, you're probably being consumed by it, right? I'm assuming that's consuming your entire life. You're just like, fucking QRA, fucking earnings, FOMC. The last night I was reading another story about AI being used. I'll try to bring that up for you at some point this morning. That's another thing I went on a rant about last week. It reminds me of 1987. Plain and simple. We were having a discussion on this show just last week where we discussed, and I got angry about this because I'm reading the news and it's that mix of disinformation and misinformation and then AI wrapped into all of it. And it's a recipe for disaster. And AI, especially if people are using AI differently, and then trading with it, and I don't mean you, I mean like banks. Then you've got sentiment being crafted by it from different angles, and it tends to collapse in on itself over time. And sure enough, this weekend I'm reading about how Bloomberg is using AI to figure out what the Fed's going to do. And I'm like, this is fucking stupid. One of these days, this shit's going to, one of these days, it's going to be like someone yelling a fire all at the same time in the movie theater. And it's not going to end well. I don't know when it happens, but I got like a 99% chance that it's gonna happen at some point because they're gonna start talking to each other. When you start getting these AIs talking to each other like this, or one AI is pushing a narrative and then a whole bunch pile on one side of the boat, it could lead to trouble that manifests itself in something that's inaccurate. So look what's happened right here. A little pullback right now, right? I almost got that perfect, huh? Oh, wonder. Okay, so so rely upon the triggers is my point to you. And that's fair, good reason right there. Anyways, so a few things in these triggers, right? And the velocity and stuff like that. How we're going to get by this week is how we got by last week, which is going to pay attention to a few important things. Every time we take out a new high, we want to see a new high. We don't want to see a failure of a new high. Anytime we see a failure of new high as we cross the daily trigger with price and the hourly trigger, that's bad. Like, it's bad. You don't get second chances, third chances, any of that kind of stuff. You've got to have a succession of new highs and higher lows too. Can't be like failing a new high and then getting a new low. That shit doesn't fly. It really does matter on a daily trigger. It's very important. So we want to see a succession of new highs, and this is actually when higher lows and higher highs actually matters. A lot of times it doesn't matter. Right now, it really matters right now. Really, truly matters a ton because you're talking about trend for a period of time. You're talking about a trend that could last months. I mean, like 1, 3, 4, 6, 9 months. That's the importance. Paying attention right now. And what that direction is. Because if we start getting a series of lower highs right now in the daily trigger, and then we get a series of lower lows, we're going to go down there and visit that monthly trigger. And I don't think anyone's positioned for that to happen at the moment. I think they were positioned like that last week, right? You saw them all out there in FinTwit last week. They were doing all kinds of fucking math, weren't they? They had all kinds of math out there last week. They were running all kinds of shit. The spreads, the bonds, the 30-year, the duration, this, the that. And we're trading, and the high just now, 510.80, right? I can't even wrap my shit around that. So, I can't literally can't wrap my head around some of the shit that's spewed out there. They sound so fucking smart, and yet their smartness only gets them subs, and it means nothing when it comes to making money. Does it? Means nothing. It hurts a lot of you out there as well. So we want to watch two things that are happening here, right? We've got the cross of the half-hour trigger and the daily trigger. We've got the hourly trigger about to cross. This is going to also demand a return to price check the half-hour trigger and the hourly trigger. Said to you yesterday to trade the extremes. And what do you mean when? I just drew it right there for you. What is that right there? I just showed you right here. It just said you got the new high. It's going to pull back now. It's going to come straight back down right here. Yeehaw, daddy. So here's the deal. As we do this process here in the daily trigger, if we begin to experience a series of anything other than going up, I will let you know. If I'm like, hey, I'm sorry, Bear's going to take this downtown, I will tell you. I will say, oh, shit, the correction is over or the correction is not over. I'll tell you if it goes the wrong way. I will let you know. All right. What's one other thing we're going to put in here? This is right about there. Park that bad boy right there. Whoop. This is also the Friday close right there, which so happens to be on the likely the hourly trigger once we get there. You don't even want to see the market brief because we're trading exactly the market brief this morning, by the way. We should grind sideways today, but then ultimately go up into the bell. So you should get a decent dip buy somewhere down here. If you're looking for a place to buy the dip, hourly trigger, half-hour trigger, whatever your poison is, we should head higher and trade that 512.50, possibly even 5:15:33, 5:14:74 into the end of the day. So something like this is what should happen into the end of today. Something like this. You can pick your poison. You can pick it here if you want. You can pick it here if you want. We could go up right now and do it, or likely into the end of the day and do it then. Now, I will say this. Remember what I said to you about Friday, right? So let's take a look at Friday here. This is 9:30 in the morning down here, right? This is where the Bulls are kind of in charge right here. So they really can't give this up right here. So I'll write this like Bulls last stand, I guess. Write that in there. Oop. Right down there. Right where the bottom of that green box is, right there. That's Bulls last stand. Anyone telling you any kind of nonsense like, oh, I want to erase all this and then we'll go back up there, that's all horse shit. That's a fucking bear trying to tell you lies. They will fucking sell your ass down to the depths of hell, and that will not be the stop. You want to be above this daily trigger. You want to defend the daily trigger as a bull, and you want to get a series of new highs. That's all you want. Without that, you're gonna have some trouble. They're gonna send you down to the fucking monthly trigger. It's gonna be, well, maybe not the first time. They'll send you down to actually touch the weekly trigger, but that's weak as fuck. And you'll start a major correction to the downside. We don't want to see a major correction to the downside this early because it could get really messy, really, really bad, really fast. Now, I think you have one more upside move as a bull. I think you get 530, possibly 550. But I also think that you're going to have a week of violent up and down moves getting there. I don't think it's going to be easy. I think it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be brutal. I think we started this conversation back in fucking March when I was like, 5,000 is your low maybe, or 495. You defend that. You'll be trading 520, 530, 550. It's taken longer than expected, of course. But I think that trade is still in effect right now. So I'm still on that trade until we start to lose that stuff. Until we start losing that 5,000, that 4950, and that kind of stuff. We're already back at 510, so we're doing good right now. If you're a bull, you want to see this. This is good. Let's go over what I wrote last night for Market Brief. I'll read it to you in the background here. Another programming note too. I made a bunch of posts last night for pro traders. Anything that was posted last night for pro traders, you've got a bunch of stuff coming out of season, a bunch of stuff coming into season. If you don't know what a seasonality chart is, just Google search it. I've posted it for you in the past. You've got a bunch of stuff coming into season right now, a bunch of stuff coming out of season right now. You've got tech in season right now too. And you've got a massive week of reports. So I also posted a bunch of charts for you for earnings week that will follow throughout the week. Then I also did some commodities that are coming into season. I did Bitcoin and ETH, I think, and some other stuff for you, some kind of like more obscure stuff. So if you're a pro trader, make sure you dig into all the posts that came out for you last night and into this morning. We're going to go over the market brief this morning. We're going to chat about some stuff here. So I wrote last night that the summer doldrums could not come quicker with the week ahead. In the background, global markets are coming out with major reports while the yen is being closely monitored for intervention. from the MOF, all while they are watching this week's FOMC rate decision on Wednesday. Never mind other U.S. cash and bond market economic new reports, alongside one of the busiest earning report weeks of the season. There's so much data speaking and possibly intervention coming this week that there will likely be many opportunities for volatility. Couple that with the first return to the daily trigger, and we have a recipe similar to the initial range expansion expectations from late March, meaning back to trading the extremes, back to looking to be buying the hourly trigger. So if you are a bull, you want to be looking to buy the hourly trigger or the half an hour trigger. It's fairly simple. You know where they are right now. You've got the little green box over here, and you get the little green box spot down here. But generally speaking, you've got the hourly trigger right here, half-hour trigger right here. You pick your poison until we begin to reject these things. That's where the trade is. If you're a bull, okay. So you're looking to pick your poison, either one of those, until they fail, and we begin to reject the hourly trigger. Further, Friday's close was not telling if the correction is over. And I showed you that earlier, that you failed to get the new high on Friday's close. They left the door open to more correcting. Now, in hitting into tonight's Sunday's open, hourly velocity is pointing towards slightly sideways to a slight pullback scenario into Monday, ahead of the Treasury Department's quarterly refunding announcement. Expect CNBC headlines out the gate Monday of traders brace, rather than waiting for Tuesday as most suspect, but not so fast. The QRF takes place Monday at 3 p.m., and many are looking for, pay attention here, a weak opening to the market on Monday, followed by a ramp into Monday. So I kind of wrote that kind of wonky. This is what it translates to. A weak open, and then a ramp. I guess it kind of works. The verbiage kind of works. I got to rewrite that verbiage. I didn't read my post last night too well, what I wrote. But what I meant was this: week open on Monday, and then a ramp into the end of Monday. Some kind of a dip buy down here, ramp it up into the close here, and then we trade sideways through Tuesday. They tie you up, and then we blast down on Wednesday. So we'll see if that trade plays out today or not. And then I wrote, did you get all that? I swear I'm going to get PTSD if we trade the whipsaw yet again this week. Not kidding. And I mean that. Last week was a brutal trading week. I don't know what you were trading last week, but FinTwit, I'd say 90% of FinTwit got blown out at least once last week at minimum. I said 90%. I'd say like 35 to 50% of FinTwit got blown out at least once last week. No, I shouldn't say that. 90% got blown out once last week. And maybe like 50% got blown out twice. And 30% got blown out 3 or more times last week. Last week trading was brutal. To be on the right side of the trading last week was not fun. Even though it was successful, it was not fun. It was a lot of work. Every day felt like we were flying by the seat of our pants, for lack of a better word. It was like, okay, we're going all the way up right now. Woohoo, let's do it. All right, we're gonna sell down right now. Woohoo, let's do it. Doom and gloom, doom and gloom, doom and gloom, and then we're blasting up and we're kissing the daily trigger. Now, this is some excerpts I want to read to you from McElliott in regards to QRA. McElliott, regarding QRA, expect a modestly bullish bond reaction due to a significantly lower overall financing estimate to be announced on 4/29. Days today. 4/29, right? The estimate is expected to be reduced to $125 billion to $150 billion, down from prior borrowing estimates of $202 billion for the April through June period. This reduction is due to a strong tax receipts on wages and capital gains, which will push the TGA account towards $1 trillion. The TGA will then be drawn down via government spending, announced Treasury buybacks. We're gonna segue into something after this because I got some cool shit to show you guys. I hope that I do. The development is constructive for bonds, but it is less market impactful than fall 2023 QRA, quote, issuance twist shock. During that time, Treasury made a massive upgrade to bill issuance versus a substantial slowing in coupon sales, which marked the end of the U.S. Treasury long-term premium rebuild duration sell-off that had been plaguing markets since August of the previous year. Now, I did mention to you guys that the yields and the S&P 500 fell in line again, which hasn't always been the case. You also saw this morning TLT got a small bid in it, a little bit of a bid in it right here into Friday. That was good to see as well. This development, however, I believe there is a real possibility that the Treasury may guide towards a structural, more permanent state of higher bill issuance share. This would be a shift from the currently locally opportunistic feature of recent TBAC Treasury QRAs, which have looked to exploit the incessant bill demand for money market fund MMF assets ballooning to all-time highs. Investors have been able to earn yields on cash over the past year and a half, making it an attractive hedge and an at-the-money put. Not so fast, though, recently, is it? It has not been an attractive hedge, though, recently, as of the past, I think, 3 or 4 weeks. In my view, the Treasury, TBAC, and even the Fed now recognize the benefits of the sharp pivot towards outsized bill issuance. This move has allowed RRP balances and MMF assets to act as phenomenal shock absorbers to absorb the bond supply coming from the government's fiscal largesse. This is especially true as the Fed continues to focus on its new shadow third mandate of Treasury market function. Furthermore, the optics of the merger alignment of the Federal Reserve with the Treasury, U.S. Treasury, have only become more blurred. I agree with that statement 100%. They're offsetting the fiscal spending of the Senate. The Senate's on like a party time right now, and they're basically how did I describe it last week? They're paying old bonds off to take new ones out while money was worth more today, and they anticipate money not being worth more later. Trying to blunt fiscal spending by the Senate. In early March, Fed Governor Waller floated the idea of shifting more Fed holdings to T-bills in the future, and days later, Jerome Powell echoed the same potential. These signals support my belief regarding these entities having deep conversations, pointing towards a more permanent, structurally larger T-bill share of the Treasury issuance going forward. On that note, one of the reasons I love the so this is now back to me. On that note, one of the reasons I love the trigger and velocity system is because it helps tuning out weeks like we have ahead, and instead trading the system, trading velocity and trading triggers rather than dealing with all of this stuff that's coming out this week. Now, we have to be aware of the most important events that are coming out this week, of course, while trading the system. But I did write this. Below are some of the most important economic events this week in the week's this week's upcoming earnings calendar. So the big news for you this week, I know I've got news every day this week. Well, I think every day. But the biggest news for you this week is going to be on Wednesday. First of all, today at 3 p.m., your biggest news today is going to be QRA at 3 p.m. And that's not highlighted anywhere that I could see on the economic calendar. The next big thing for you is going to be on Wednesday. You've got ISM manufacturing, PMI, and JOLTS. Excuse me. That's at 10 a.m. And then, of course, on Wednesday, you've got the Fed interest rate decision at 2 and the interview. Oh, we going to go straight up here or what? We might turn right around here. Let's see what happens here. See if they want to turn this around and do it early. successful back test on the half-hour trigger right now. Series of 2 new highs. So Wednesday is kind of like your big day. If you want to pay attention to something with the triggers, it's going to be Wednesday in the morning. Lots of volatility all Wednesday. Then your next big day is going to be Friday. You've got at 8:30 a.m. non-farm payrolls and the unemployment rate. And then at 10 o'clock, you've got the ISM services PMI. Unemployment here is a major thing right now. Unemployment is probably more important right now than inflation to some extent. I want to show you guys something about inflation really quick if I can, and why it does matter this week. And the Fed's in this weird place. Not a weird place. I shouldn't say it's a weird place, but your rate decision on Wednesday, I think they can get away with not raising rates or cutting rates this Wednesday. They have another window in June, but then their window goes away into December, whether they raise rates or not. Now, there's a thesis out there that the Fed can raise rates more. I don't know if I'm on that train at this moment. My preference would have been for the Fed to make you believe that you may only get 1 or 2 rate cuts this year and use those rate cuts to correct the market. But you have to be on board that they're not going to chase with more cuts. That's not easy. We haven't done shit like that since I believe the 70s or 60s, where we cut, then we raised, then we cut, then we raised. We weren't just chasing. I don't know if they can do that or not. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if they can or can't do that. But there is some concern out there right now. I saw people talking about inflation being the main issue, but it really isn't. It's really unemployment. Unemployment is a dangerous thing right now that can force us into a recession. We're going to talk about it right now. Hold on, Jimmy. I want to show you something. Hold on, man. I want to show you something. Just give me a second. Let me get to the end, Jimmy. Give me to the end. Get done with the thought process here. So unemployment is, to me, the scariest thing. So I think right now, from my perspective, that holding rates where they are is probably the safest path forward. Okay, that we just hold rates. We don't cut, because I don't know that I don't know that he can make the market believe you're only getting 1 cut. I don't know that can take place in this environment and in the modern stock market. I don't know that that's viable. So saying that, can we absorb another rate increase at this moment? And I'm going to show you why I don't think that it can. Just let me say this, Jimmy. Let me get this out there for you. Hold on 1 second here. And I want to show you guys something here. Come on now. Yeah, I can show you this. All right, so this is a Business Insider article called "Why So Many Men in the U.S. Have Stopped Working." I was a little perturbed by this article. I actually tried to find out who these guys were after reading this article. I was going to post it, and then I'm having problems with my phone. notes. I couldn't post this on Twitter over the weekend. All my Twitter posts this weekend were like paused. My phone's all fucked up. It's not connecting to the internet. I don't know why. It says America's, and this article comes off as very doomish, doom and gloomy towards men. I don't know why they're doing this. It says Americans' men aren't working at the same rate they used to. Experts are still trying to figure out why. The share of prime working age men, U.S. men with a job, has declined from about 96% in the 1950s to 86% today. Some positive factors like the rise of working women have contributed to the decline. You probably also have the less work being required like it once was in the 1950s. We're also not a manufacturing country anymore either, right? We're service-based in a lot of ways. But there are also several more reasons men aren't working like they used to. Now, I'm not going to go through a lot of this here, but they start to like really not really rip into men, but give a bunch of excuses as to why men are not working. The important part, though, is this piece here. It could be all about recessions. Since the 1950s, whenever the U.S. economy fell into a recession, the rate of working men tended to suffer a lasting blow. When the economy entered a recession in 1953, the share of prime-age men with jobs dropped from 96 to 92% and never fully recovered to the pre-recession level. And this is the important part of this. This is the important part. Can I maybe turn this up a little bit, crank this up a little bit? Whoop, whoop, whoop. What I really want you to see here is this chart right here is really cool, right? What makes this chart cool is that it's showing you that we have declines in men working. We encounter recessions. See it? Fairly easy to see, right? Men not working, recession follows. And there's kind of a clean trend in this information right now as well. Now, these guys are arguing that men have not returned to work, but that's false. And see right here, they have returned to work. So this is counter to everything that these guys are saying. But what else is fascinating here, too, is why am I concerned about unemployment? Why am I telling you that I'm concerned about unemployment? Because if unemployment is going to ramp, that would imply that we're going to roll down here, right? And we will encounter a recession. So if we're looking, or if I should state to you that if we're going to roll here to the downside, that's a bad blue, right? That's not the blue I want. If we're going to roll down to this downside, we should experience a recession like we did here, 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 here. So it'd be imperative, and here's the kicker in all of this. This is where the kicker is. If unemployment turns to the downside and does not ramp, we could be out for, which another article came out yesterday saying that our economy, and we know GDP expectations are expected to moon in Q2 and Q3 of 2024. It's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Listen to that closely. A wolf in sheep's clothing. If you see a return to the workforce by men, you could have an explosive move to the upside where you get 92% or 90% men returning to the workforce here. So this could be like a Goldilocks time period for not a recession, but the wolf of an economy in sheep's clothing. Now, you saw in the chat here that Jimmy Berry was telling you that we need more rate hikes. And we likely do need more rate hikes. It probably isn't today. It's probably going to be in reaction to this rip in employment for men. If when you get moves like this, I want you to see this here. Here's the 1990s right here. We had a beautiful economy. We had a ramp in employment. And you actually see periods where the market just rips faces off. You see that right there. So you start to see this happening. So the question becomes, does the Fed raise rates now? Go back. Sorry, I got to switch back over here. Does the Fed raise rates right now at this meeting or in the June meeting? Or if it's in retaliation to high GDP in Q2 and Q3? So if they don't raise rates or cut rates at this meeting, if they don't raise rates at the June meeting, and we can posit that they likely won't be able to raise or cut rates until December, you could see an explosive move in the stock market. And that explosive move would answer what the Fed needs to happen for that 18-year cycle that should end in 2026. And that would be moving the market up to 6,000 into the end of year and into March. Also protects their political bias for the election season in November. They are likely quite aware of this heading into this meeting, as well as the June meeting, and then into the election season and into March. So I'd be paying very close attention to these unemployment numbers and very close attention if they begin to tighten sooner than later. Like the tightening later is fine, but you don't want to do it too early is the point that I'm trying to make to you. So if you don't see any rate, I would say to you that if you see rate cuts, it's probably not a good thing. I would think in modern stock market that we have today, if we get a cut, that the market is going to react like they're going to chase. And the market's going to slam down until they start cutting rates. If they hold market rates steady, still in the pause, right? The market has a huge possibility of exploding to the upside in the next 2 quarters. And that would give an answer or a reason for the Fed to raise rates late Q3 or Q4. Late Q3, Q4, to say, whoa, everything's getting crazy here. The employment scene is unreal. Everyone's working. Men are back to work between 25, I think it's 25 to 53 or something stupid like that. And you have the wolf in sheep's clothing. You have the wolf hiding out underneath the veneer of we could be sent into a recession, and that wolf comes out to play. You could see an explosive move to the upside the next 2 quarters inside of our stock market. What are you saying here? Increase rates in a one-off meeting, not on the books yet. I think they could do that. I think you could get a surprise rate hike, but my big thesis here is that underneath the surface of this market, if they don't tighten more right now, this market is going. The economy in the market could boom, just like it did in the early 2000s, just like it did in the 1990s. And it could be a new, I don't know if I want to call it a new business cycle, but an economy that's just like supercharged. Like you put a supercharger on the economy and it's gonna moon. Rate hike. Cap, you think the Fed cares about losing credibility if they do this? If they don't raise rates, is that what you're asking? Let me see if I'm understanding you better. If they don't raise rates, are they losing credibility? Their mandate is a strong economy. Their mandate is maximum employment, right? I don't know. I think they're at that crux right now where if they raise too early, or if they raise like this meeting or the June meeting, you are still at risk of sending us into a recession. And I think they have to weigh both of these questions, right? I think they have to sit there and go, okay, so if we start tightening some more, we're at real risk of a recession. That's not their mandate. It isn't. The other option B is don't do anything. The economy will run hot through the summer and fall, and then we come back and slam it back down again with higher rates. That's the only thing that I see them, or that's the most logical path that I see them doing today. Quarterly, well, the quarterly. So I'm trying to keep up with what you guys are saying right now. TLT is the plague. So if you look at the thumbnail in this video, that thumbnail title is QRA. Yeah, 100%. So I think the big question here is, they're not even gonna fucking wait, are they? They're just gonna fucking ramp this shit. I wonder if they were gonna do this stuff. Let's fucking go, NVIDIA. Can you remind me to review NVIDIA with you today? NVIDIA has a lot more to go up. It's not diverging yet, but we're going to monitor it closely. U.S. Treasury Department is the new Fed, 100%. There's a lot of anger. I shouldn't say likely. There's a lot of anger out there. The bond market used to be a hedge against the stock market, and that is not the case anymore, is it? And a lot of people are pissed off about that. Rightfully so to some extent. Rightfully so to some extent. Okay, so actually, let's bring up Meta really quick, too. Let's look at Meta. Oh, yeah. I got Meta going down one more time. I got Meta going to 390 and then a face ripper. I've got Meta actually blasting down, and then you get your move up higher. 390. And it's dogging right now, which is good to see. So, anyways, see if you can track this with me, okay? I'm trying to relate to you. I saw Jimmy earlier said don't use that chart. The reason I'm using that chart on men in the workforce is because it's easy to understand. It's easy to digest that chart. And how the risk of the unemployment rate rising and running away could be the entrance to a recessionary period. The bond markets, why we had a. But did you guys see the? Did you guys see it was which was it? First Republic was seized over the weekend. I mean, you guys know these guys at the Fed and the Treasury Department. There's like an entire cult of modern monetary theory, and they are literally, they are like max MMT right now. They are trying all kinds of shit that's never been done before. I want to see this high tick right here. Right there. I want to see that high tick. If you get this high tick right here, if you get the high tick right here, whoop, take that trade right there. We'll go moonshot it. You need the high tick first, though. It's like playing hockey. High sticky. You need the high sticky, then we'll do the dip buy and we'll run it up. Now, don't buy this yet though. You want to see the prior high get beat, then we'll run it up here. Yeah, I'm not really concerned with what's going on with men. I really didn't care what was going on with men. I was more concerned with the alignment of recessions with them losing employment. That meant more to me than why men are not working. I was more concerned with, we're right there, aren't we? We're right fucking there. We're right there where men should begin to experience mass unemployment. So I'm sure that same metric lines up with other metrics. I'm sure. Did you guys all hear about, was it Microsoft this weekend that laid off all of their Python dev teams? Was it Microsoft or Google? Maybe it was Google. We know that most engineers are men. Not all, but most. All right, so that if you guys want that employment rate, here, I'll post this for you guys. You can actually get this data. You can actually get this data from, think tighter. You can actually get this data directly from the Fed, but it does not overlay the previous recessions. There is a link on this article. There is a link on this article to the Fed data. If you want to do, because I went to the Fed website last night and I looked at it. Winky's saying if you want more information on why men are working less, he gave some answers as to who's been discussing it for years. Personally, I don't care why men are not working more than they were. I'm more concerned with where we are in that trend line. And I'm also concerned with, not concerned, but there was another article that came out about the economy being a wolf in sheep's clothing, and I'm in agreement with that. What is it? What is it? Wolf in economy? Wolf sheep's clothing? Yes, comes from Wells Fargo saying the U.S. economy is actually a wolf in sheep's clothing as the weak GDP report masks underlying strength, Wells Fargo says. Let me see if I can... no new high right here. That's not good for bulls, by the way. That means we're going to head back lower again. That's no bueno right there, what you just saw right there. No bueno. So no dip buy for Cappy yet. Not willing to buy this at all right now. You see it right here. That's the high. I wanted to see a new high and then buy the dip for that trade right there. And not good for bulls here. Let's see if we can get this thing humming in the background. Come on now. Here, I'll get you this one right here. I'll just post the link. You guys can hold on here. Close that up. Here's a little rabbit hole for you to get out on your own. This is the wolf in sheep's clothing. I did post for you at some point the GDP expectations from JPM for Q2 and 3 of 2024, and it's expected to explode to the upside. To the upside. So if you got the wolf in sheep's clothing, you've got a decline over decades for men being employed, and if we were to skyrocket with employment, coupled with those GDP expectations, Q2, Q3, you would see a repeat of the 1990s in our stock market. High probability of that. And what else would you see? The rise of inflation, right? You'd also see the rise of inflation. If you have some intervention from the B of J, you would see money. You'd also see the dollar fall, right, with strength in the yen. All right, so let's talk next about some earnings reports that we have this week. We've got Paramount on the close today. We've got PayPal before the open tomorrow. We've got McDonald's. We've got Amazon, AMD. What else do we have here? Some big ones. MasterCard's a big one. Pfizer, yawn. Moderna, Peloton, Coinbase, Block, Apple, Fubo on Friday. We got SoFi that was before the bell this morning. Let's take a quick look at SoFi. Everybody's angry about SoFi. We're also going to do one more thing before we continue on. I'm going to do the gamma for you this morning. 5100 SPX net gamma. There's a pin on 5100. Take a quick look at that. Next target 5115, and then a nice big move to 5200. 5250, 5300. We have some development at 5400. 5400. We got a ton of calls in the money too at 5005. Congratulations. The VIX moving back up here. VIX 9-day back higher again. Want to see that VIX get sold down to 1374. See what we got going on here. So, hold on here. So we are above the gamma flip. Market begins to become supportive right where we are. Local resistance lies at 5150. Local support we're on right now. This is abandoned ship. Look down there. Market's becoming very supportive right now. What's going on here? Things wonky right now. actually goes higher. Well, that's the call wall right there. There's a call wall up there. $51.50 is your local resistance right now on Gamma. So market supportive. You should be buying dips on the half-hour trigger and the this is actually local support right here. That's local support. Market begins to become supportive above. Yep, right there. All right, we got that back. That's where we want to be, right there. Right about there. Wells Fargo is laying off bears. You guys shouldn't be in puts here. You know that, right? We're in like a supportive environment right now. You should be buying dips. All right, I'm going to read some stuff to you this morning. All eyes are on the yen on Monday, which collapsed to 160 against the dollar. That's the USD JPY, but was then popped up by intervention, according to sources. At the home front in the U.S., rate cut expectations, and which are really the underlying cause for FX volatility, remain depressed at only 25 BPS of cuts in 2024. Implied daily gamma increased to 118 million from 88 million on Friday, and futures are trading above the key support at 5,100. Due to the lack of data, we think volatility has room to decline further, which will be supportive for markets. Gamma flip is at 50.90. The Treasury Department will provide its quarterly borrowing estimate later at 1500 Eastern today, refunding announcement on Wednesday. Over 170 S&P 500 companies, including Apple and Amazon, will report earnings this week. So one of the largest ER weeks on tap. This is from GS this morning. The upside inflation surprise over the last 3 months has delayed the first cut and narrowed the path for the FOMC to cut at all this year. We have not changed our big picture inflation view because the surprises look idiosyncratic and still expect cuts in July and November. But we have incorporated into our analysis 2 scenarios: a higher terminal rate, 3 cuts only, and no cuts in 2024, and a 2025 scenario. Our probability-weighted forecast is now higher at 4.9% at end of 2024, 12 BPs below market pricing, and 3.95% at end of 2025, with 43 BP below market pricing. One possible scenario in which inflation could remain too high for the Fed to cut next year would be if large tariffs provide a meaningful boost to consumer prices. We have revised our Fed scenario analysis to include these 2 specific upside scenarios. We now include one upside scenario where the Fed does not cut at all. Because inflation remains too high this year and next too. And another where inflation falls, but the FOMC cuts just 3 times to a higher 4.625 terminal rate. either because inflation doesn't quite fall enough or because the FOMC raises its estimates of the neutral rate more substantially. Another note, Meta Platforms Oversight Board preparing to eliminate jobs, according to the Washington Post. Goldman's Pravovsky think ultimately the backup in real yields is a material risk to markets. But we already saw the 5% pullback off the highs, and probably more importantly, the level of rates is if rate volatility will remain controlled. That's duration. That's spelling duration 3 times, 4 times, right? Manipulating yields, basically manipulating yields right now. Goldman's Pravatsky also wants to make another note here about QRA is probably not a big deal, and certainly not as big as it was in previous quarters. It has a slight potential to be an incrementally bullish catalyst. Incrementally bullish catalyst on Monday. If the Treasury decides fiscal position is better and issue a bit less than their previous Q2 guidance. Q3 estimates seems a wide range. I think for Wednesday seems very little chance that they cut or raise coupon size, and everyone expects it to be flat, so don't think we'll get much fireworks out of that. So GS is saying something slightly different. GS is saying, don't expect the sideways move into 3 p.m. for an explosive move to the upside. Maybe a little bit slightly duller. So GS is trying to tell you that where you may have seen the sideways move, 3 p.m. the rocket ship up to 5:15. Maybe you only get a little bump to 5:10 or 5:12 into the close, or maybe nothing, and then more sideways into Tuesday for the volatile downside move on the Wednesday FOMC. Don't expect as much today. No new high right now in the S&P 500. So no trade as of yet for me. I want to see the new high off the previous high to take a long trade above over here. Probably going to be a long day of sideways until that 3 p.m. QRA. Any chance I think the fourth quarter will be a good one? Yes, I think that my whole macro view here is that you're gonna get a pre-summer correction, a real one. Time's wasting right now too. You're gonna get a correction. You're also gonna get a fall correction with a lot of volatility. They're gonna tell the bears that the market's gonna crash for the election. But they're going to buy it. And they're going to ramp the fuck out of it into the election in November. They're going to crush all these bears. We're going to have a kick-ass election. Market's going to move mountains, and it's going to be a smoke show. Up, up, up into December, and we might even get the election effect into March. Somewhere around December, March of 2025, I hope to be divested of the entire stock market. My houses, everything, be straight cash at that point. That market can potentially last into 2026 if the housing market has an expectation of crashing in that point. I don't know if that gets front run or not before we get to 2026, but personally, I don't want to be a part of the market at that point. I'm out. Yeah, it doesn't really matter in my view who wins. I really don't care who wins the presidency. I don't care. Well, the thing that I really care about, of course, is the Senate. The Senate would have some gridlock in it. There's an argument being made right now that the Fed doesn't want Trump to be president. Nobody wants Trump to be president. At least the markets don't want Trump to be president. There's an argument that that's true. The reason that they don't want Trump to be president is because you're still got Trump light in Biden. Biden has a lot of his policies are similar to Trump's, but you don't get the volatility from Trump. Banks don't like volatility in markets. So there's likely, who spoke about this was Jedi Marcus. You're absolutely wrong. So I prove it to you. Banks do not like volatility in markets. That's known. Every election cycle, they roll out your boy there. What's his name? Art, whatever his name. Art Cashin. And they tell you the same thing. Banks want to be left alone to make money. I say that to you again. I'll make this really clear to you. Banks want to be left alone to make money. That's all they want. They don't care what your laws are. They only care about one thing, that they get left alone to make money. So as long as there aren't massive changes in our government, big changes, they're happy. Banks don't like going to their clientele and saying, that's why we have bearish seagulls in the market. That's why we have hedging on the market. That's why we have literal vol control by banks on our market. They're not going to sell products to their clients and say, this month I made you 300%, and last month I lost 200%. They want consistency in markets, sideways and up, and then every once in a while you get yourself a bear market. That's what they like. Big fat elephant banks. That's what they want. That's what they always want. They don't mind bear markets. They don't mind stock market crashes as long as it doesn't happen every month. So there's an argument being made out there quietly. If you can go out and find Jedi Marcus and ask him about it, there's a lot of discussion. I don't talk to you guys about some of this stuff, but I do have discussions with other people about this in the background. These are people that are professionals that I discuss in DM conversations that they like Biden in office. The reason is because there's stability in the laws for banks to work around and make their money and be left alone. I know that sounds crazy, but there's a concerted effort going on in the background, and that the Fed might be tied into this. Federal Reserve might be tied into this as well. That the Fed doesn't want Trump to be president, and that you're going to get Biden 2.0, or at least an attempt at Biden 2.0. And then what you do is you tie up the Senate. So there isn't any material change in the path that the country is on right now for the next 4 years. Now, whether that happens or not, I don't know, and I'm not going to care unless there is material change to the market. There is the expectation that Trump brings volatility to our markets, which banks don't do well in. I'm just thinking about this from the perspective of the stock market, from what banks want, from what the Fed wants, Treasury Department, what they want. And they do not like the boat rocking in any way, shape, or form. They like slow. They don't mind change, just slow change. So, saying that, the expectation here would be they're going to try to get Biden elected in November. This would be a concerted effort behind the scenes. And then for your Senate to be kind of like it was last election cycle, right? Hands tied, right? And the more hand tying there is, the more you've got an ineffective Senate, ineffective House of Representatives, the easier it is for them to make money. And it's gross, but that's what it is. Neither guy is on. Yeah, I mean, my own personal thing is I don't want to be voting for fucking anyone that's like 80. I'm like, what the, like, what could you want? Like, I hope the fuck I'm not trying to be like, it's kind of like being like the homeowners, it's like a big homeowners association fucking presidency, right? Like being president of the homeowners is the HOA president. Do you have nothing better to do with your life? Why don't you just go down to the villages and catch a STD or something? Tesla upside target for today. Tesla's going to oh, we already did it. We did this last week. I already did this for you last week. All right, you already did it for you. You can see it right there. It's right there. You're about to double top for a second time here. Or you're gonna get your double top. You got your high, 192.69. So do you see this? We already drew this out. Whoop. Sorry, we already drew this out for you. This part of the trade is likely dead. For Tesla, well, let's talk about it. Good one to bring up. So Tesla, this part of the trade is likely dead. Now, what I want to talk to you about with Tesla here is this. Attempting to get above the weekly trigger for Tesla is going to take some work. Let me say it to you some more. It's going to take some work. Let me show you some examples of this. So you've got the weekly trigger right here, right? You got the daily trigger down here, right? So DT, WT, right? Let's look at some prior examples of the daily trigger trying to break above the weekly trigger. Impressive right here, right? Big old squeeze above, right? And then just start moving, hauling ass, right? Hourly trigger follows, but the daily trigger is not followed, right? That's explosive. That's what you're looking for, right? Big old explosive move up here. Let's look at another example of a move higher with the daily trigger. Daily trigger below, price coming up, rejected, and then blasts off, right? New high, good to see. That's telling you that we're going to go higher, right? So let's go back over here and take a look at right now current price. What are we looking? Whoop, hold on here. Come on now. Shouldn't take that long. Sorry, I keep losing my place here. Let's go down to the, no, not the trigger screen. Let's go to the bottom right. So if you're a bull, what are you looking for here? We have weekly trigger, daily trigger, price coming into the weekly trigger. What would you be looking for as a bull for continuation to the upside? Right there. Let's check velocity. Daily velocity just getting started. One more push up maybe in the hourly velocity, then a pullback. We know that Tesla trades its daily velo, not its hourly. As long as Tesla holds 184.48, price target 206.35. A back test of 195. Hold on here. Right there. Something like this. As long as Tesla holds 185, price target 206.27. Pullback. Hourly trigger breaking up. Whoop, 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 right here. And then ultimately the target above of 212 and change. 212 and change. You are then going to be looking for the hourly trigger to have some continuation above the weekly trigger. If you get the continuation above the weekly trigger and you get the cross of the hourly trigger above this weekly trigger right here, if you get that cross and you hold it, you will trade 215. Then you'll trade above it. You'll trade above 220, 225, and we'll begin to consolidate to make our way to 280. So upside target today, tomorrow, somewhere in there. Today, possibly 195, maybe 206. For an upside target today. 195 would be the first. Would be the first target. $195 for today. 195.78. 195.78. As long as we hold 184, price target today 195.78. Tesla moves, man. You didn't know that? Tesla moves, baby. Tesla moves. Tesla moves. We'll move that over in a minute. We're going to slide this now over here. Whoop. Just so you can see it back there. Want to see a new high. Yeah, I'm going to do, so just a heads up to you guys. I'm going to do today, I think at some point today, I'm going to do SoFi, Amazon, PayPal, maybe Paramount, Pfizer maybe, or CVS or MasterCard if I can get to them. Apple for sure. And if I can get to it, Coinbase and maybe Fubo or something like that. Maybe Fastly, maybe Marriott. There's a ton of tickers I got to do for you guys. Lemonade's in there. There's a bunch of shit in here I got to do, isn't there? I might end up spending this whole fucking week just charting shit out for you guys. Yeah, the finance XLF trade after their earnings is fucking epic. I just got to say that. The finance, like if you bought the fucking dip on all that selling in financials, congratulations. Yes, I'm doing Amazon. I said Amazon. We're doing Amazon. I'm doing Amazon for you, Sean. I got you. I'm going to do Amazon for you in just a minute. I got Amazon's on the list, my brother. Yeah, my favorite of all of them is State Street. State Street was my favorite of all of them. We did a whole like brief on that stuff. We talked about how they just said fuck it. It was really crazy. We were looking at earnings from January, and we were like they just sold the fuck out of it, and then they just bought it all again, and then like before we got to I think State Street's earnings, they just said fuck it, let's sell it and buy it all again. Like before they even got to the ER, didn't matter what their earnings were, it was just sell it. Like some guy, some poor schlub that works at like works at your local brokerage. He's just like, fuck it, we're gonna sell and buy it again. We'll run the trade again till it stops working. If you guys look back in January, they had like the exact sell point, the exact dip buy. They're just running it, running it, running it, running it. It's like clockwork. It's like an old man trade. Not a bad trade. Just an old man. It reminds me of Amazon. Amazon's like another one of those trades. It's an old man trade. You just boom, boom, back and forth, back and forth. All right, give me 15 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back with you guys in about 15, 20 minutes. I'm going to go potty. I need to get some more coffee and some more water. When I get back, I'll start to chart out your rest of the week earnings plays. I'm going to put the new squawker on for you. Am I taking a dump? No. I have a ritual, man. Like I'm like, take a dump, take a shower, and well, normally I get coffee first in the morning. That didn't happen this morning. I didn't get my coffee first, but my wife did bring me coffee in the shower, which was kind of nice. That was really nice of her to do that. Hopped in the shower with me this morning. I was pretty happy with that. Oh, yeah, it was a good morning. Yeah, coffee. She brought me coffee to the shower and then hopped in with me this morning, so I'm pretty happy. All right, so what's up there, Spicy McNuggies? Good to see you. Although, you know what I did? You know, he dumped. Oh, you know what I did do is I think I'm a little sick today. I think I had some. Dude, I got to show you guys something. It's like I think I ate some Asian food last night, and that shit is not sitting well with me. I think it's the Asian food. I think it is. I'm not sure. But yeah, like I woke up this morning, I didn't feel well. I felt nauseous this morning. I don't know why I felt nauseous, but I did. I felt nauseous. I didn't feel good today. Like I felt like I'm sick. Now I did go to I did a 5K run this weekend with here, let me see if I can post this stuff. For some, my phone's not working. I'm having phone problems. Let me see if I can post this stuff right now. But I went to so I don't know if you guys all know. Some of you guys might know this, some of you guys might not. So I live with women. Like I live with a lot of fucking women. Like it's like all women all the time. And it wasn't so bad when kids were younger, but my kids are getting older. So like they all got like girlfriends and they belong to like women shit. And I'm like the dude and I don't know if you're a woman out there had like a husband and a bunch of sons, you could probably relate to me. You'd have to be able to relate to me. It's like a fucking woman's house. I'm not anything. I'm like the smallest. I'm like that big in my family. I'm like a nobody. So as they get older, I get roped into shit. Now my wife and my kids are like, we got nothing going on this weekend. We'll just go do something women's shit. And then they talk down the man shit. I'm like, you guys want to go for a 30-mile hike with daddy over the weekend? They're like, fuck no, daddy. We don't want to do that. Do you want to go for a run for breast cancer awareness? This is where it gets crazy too. So here's something else that's going on. So we have a 6 year, I think 6 years between both daughters. So my oldest daughter is becoming a young woman, and my wife is really trying to help her guide her into her young womanhood. Right, she's taking a lot of interest in what my oldest daughter is doing. And my youngest daughter, is starting, like when they're both young, they have a lot in common. And then there comes this period where they grow farther apart in their interests. And then when my youngest will become an adult, they'll likely become closer again. So like my oldest will, or my youngest will become an adult, and then they'll have more in common again. And they'll share more adult experiences. It's kind of like dating. Like a 30-year-old man has no business dating a 20-year-old woman, or a 25-year-old man has no business dating a 15-year-old. But if you're like 30 and 40 or some shit like that, it's not as bad, right? Not as creepy and weird. Same with just age, right? Age appropriateness. So my oldest daughter is like, in that phase. She's in that phase where she's becoming a woman. My youngest daughter is still at that young daughter phase. She's still young, and she doesn't want to have the same experiences as my oldest daughter. She doesn't have the same, all the same. She doesn't have all the same, I don't know, like likes or whatever. So this weekend, right? My oldest wanted my wife and my oldest wanted to go to a breast cancer race, and they kind of like ditched my daughter and I, my youngest daughter and I. We got ditched. Now, how do I normally cure that? I normally will. Normally, I'll spoil the youngest one. Like, I'll spoil her. I'm like, you want to go spend some money with daddy? And so we'll go do our own thing. But this weekend, uh, I was like a little pissy about it. I was like, well, it's breast cancer awareness. It's a bunch of women. There's probably some young girls there. So my oldest and my wife were going to the run. So I grabbed my youngest and I took her to the run too. And I was like, you and daddy are going to go. And she's like, Daddy, I don't want to go. I'm like, yeah, you do. She's like, Daddy, I just want to sleep in. Make me some pancakes. I'm like, no, no, no. It's nice warm. It's like, we don't have a lot of sun here in Michigan. We had the NFL draft going on this weekend too. So there's a lot of like adult things going on with that. And then I didn't want to be out with my youngest in the NFL stuff because too many people. Like they said there was 670,000 people in Detroit. And Detroit's having a coming out party, but it's still Detroit. So I'm like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm like, how about I bring you to because this is at the zoo too. It's at the Detroit Zoo. So I bring the youngest, and her and I go to the thing, right? And it was awesome. We got rained out. Then we took some pictures with a police car that had like all the pink stuff all over it. She thought that was cool. Then they had a bunch of games for kids, so we played a bunch of games. I gave her some money. I was like, they're having raffles over there. Go spend a bunch of money. And my oldest daughter belongs to a group that sponsored this event. So they made a big donation. And of course, who the fuck do you think's paying for that shit? That's me. So I got the youngest out, and I'm like, you're going to hang out with daddy today. So we did our fun run, and we took a bunch of pictures. I thought I posted them to Twitter this weekend, but I guess I didn't. My phone's messed up. I don't know what's wrong with my phone. It won't connect to the internet. It won't connect to uh, um, not Wi-Fi, but 5G, whatever, over the air Wi-Fi or whatever. And so nothing posted to Twitter over the weekend, but I hung out with my daughter. It was awesome. We went out to lunch at a restaurant that I was supposedly like one of the best burger joints in Detroit that really sucked bad. A place called Vincetta's Garage. Don't go there. I guess it used to be known as one of the best burger joints in Detroit. It was terrible. Um, Terrible. It was absolutely awful. And I've had a better burger at Culver's. But we hung out all weekend, and it was awesome sauce. And she had a blast. And you know what's fascinating? My oldest daughter wound up hanging out with her friends and not wanting my wife there because she's a young adult, right? My wife is trying to be the helicopter wife or some shit. So she's like leaving my wife behind. So my wife comes and finds my daughter and I, my youngest. And so, she wanted to hang out now with my youngest daughter and I. So she did. And so that ended up being my youngest daughter and I and my wife. And it was awesome because you kind of sometimes leave the youngest kid behind. Like you do all this stuff for the older kids. By the time you get to the youngest kid, you're like, fuck it. Just give them a bunch of money and let them run wild and do whatever they want. And my youngest daughter kind of likes that, right? Like that one-on-one time with the parents. So my oldest took off with some other kids, some young adults, and my wife found us, and we did our thing together with our youngest, and we had a blast. It was fucking awesome. I had like kick-ass Saturday. That's right. That's part of that intervention. That's right. AKA QRA. AKA IRA. I guess we got to change it from IRA to like the YRA, the Yellen Republican Army or something. The Yellen terrorists. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, Jimmy, like I hung out with my youngest daughter, dude. Gave her a bunch of money. I'm like, go spend some money on this, go spend some money on that. She's got like little tickets and she's putting them in the cups. And they were auctioning off a bunch of like, Louis Vuitton crap and, disc golf and women's golf bags. And there's a bunch of young girls there too. And, it's like women's health and shit like that. So you want her to be aware of that shit too. We're going to get any blood today. I hope we can get down here and test this fucking Arlie trigger, to be honest. I'd love to buy that down there. Love to buy that. Oh, yeah, Jimmy, dude. Totally. Like the youngest one, it's weird too. Like the youngest one, I really do spoil. Because she gets jealous, right? It's like the oldest one gets to do whatever she wants. She gets the car. She gets this. She gets to that. She feels left out, the youngest one. So I do spoil the youngest one. I'll be honest. I shouldn't, but I do. Oh, you spoiled it. If I had a middle, I would. I would if I had a middle. My oldest or my the middle child in my family was my sister, and she got the shit end of the stick. She did. She was the middle child has a tough go of it. Usually, if you've got three, middle usually gets the shaft. I would probably do that if I had a middle child. Yeah, that's true. They don't care, right? They stop caring about you. They don't love you anymore when they're older. That's true. They go off and do their own thing. Not until they fuck something up, do they, Jimmy? Then they love you. Let's take a look at yeah, the three kids. The middle child is tough. That's tough go. Can't say that it's not easy. My sister had a real tough go of it. Look at all the slop going on in here right now. Look at that garbage slop. You know we're going up. Just pick your poison. That's all you got to do here. Pick your poison. Angry bears, angry bears, angry bears, angry bears. Got to work through all this doom. Got to work through the doom right now. The name of the event was called, let me look. I got the pictures right here. See, I got this weird thing. Look at this. Look at this stuff. I got like the, it says, oh, we went, and this thing was at the Detroit Zoo. So I got pictures of polar bear too, of a polar bear. Did it post? I tried to post this stuff on Saturday. It was called Shades of Pink. Shades of Pink. How about I post them right now? Hold on. I'll post them right now I'll post them. Let me try to post them to Twitter again. Let's see if this works. Went on a Shades of Pink. And it was it wasn't breast cancer awareness. It was breast cancer to benefit women going through breast cancer. Treatment. And that's really what it was. Let's see if this posts or not. This shit ain't posting, dude. I got some. My phone's all fucked up. I don't know what's wrong with my phone. My phone is a fucking mess right now. Do I have airplane mode on? Nope. I just got my phone's just fucked up. I don't know what's wrong with my phone. It's not posting right now either. Check Wi-Fi. Says it says it's not says I'm connected. Join this network. Connecting. Says I'm not connected. Nope, I'm not connected to it. And it just keeps unconnecting me from it. So weird. They keep getting kicked from the network. All right. All right, right back. It'll be like 15 minutes. I gotta go potty. I gotta go potty. I'll be right back with you guys. Yeah, I did Psychonic Reaver. I turned it off and on. I tried everything. I tried like all weekend. I've been trying to get it to work. It's not working. I don't know why. I'll try it again, brother.
And just for the Mexican peso watchers, the Mexican president and US president had a phone conversation on Sunday, the White House notes. And of note for weight loss drugs, the FDA says Novo Nordisk's Wegovy injection with 0.25 milligrams per liter is under limited availability with estimated shortage duration to be decided. And the US sells 3-month bills at 5.25%. Those were covered 2.67 times. That compares to 2.78 at the prior auction. Meanwhile, the 6-month bills, they sell at 5.165%, covered 2.98 times. And that's versus the prior 2.8.
Ooh, yeah. U.S. sells 78 billion of 3-month bills at 5.25%, covered 2.67. Sells U.S. dollar 78 billion of 6-month bills at 5.16%, covered 2.98. Let me see. Let me make sure I got I'm just gonna check something here. Audio test. Where's the audio test? Sorry about that. I just want to do an audio test, make sure the audio is on. Okay. Choppy price action with tech weakness despite Tesla and Apple gains. Yeah, we got some. Yeah, baby, get on down there. Get on down there. Come on down. Come on down to Captain Jim James.
Materials related commentary from Codelco's chairman. It says Codelco plans to begin exploration for lithium in the Pedernales salt flat in the second half of this year.
Come on down to Captain Jim James. Used car lot. Come on down there. Come on down a little bit more down here, please. Come on down to Captain Jim's used car lot. Come on down some more. Come on down some more. Bring that down there for you. Come on down a little bit more. So we had a retest of the half-an-hour trigger here. And we're now retesting it a second time. Going to expect price to go lower. Price targets 508.61 and 508 flat, somewhere in here. We should get a nice drop coming up here in just a minute. Should get a nice little drop down here. Look for rejection on 508.55. Come on down. I can't decide right now if I should buy the calls now or wait until like 3 o'clock or 2:45 or something. What else we got here? Yeah, we should go down here. We should trade. We already tested the half-hour trigger, so if you come back to test it again, you're likely going to see that move right there. Now, I don't know if I should buy this off the bounce or if I should wait until 3 p.m. so they don't grind me for the 3 p.m. announcement. What's going on? What do I need to do? Hey, Bork. Good morning, brother. Hope you had a great weekend. What should I do, Bork? Make somebody a VIP or something? Does somebody want to be a VIP, or I missed some part of the conversation. I don't know what's going on in the conversation. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go over and do I don't know by now. What are you guys saying? You want to be a VIP or a moderator? Buy now and later? I don't know. Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, if you guys are interested in being moderators or being VIPs, reach out to Bork McGork, and he has a whole thing to talk to you about. But he is looking for moderators on both YouTube and Twitch. So what I'm looking for here is, hey, let's go back over here. So what I'm looking for overall today is a trade just like this. We'd have a week open, trade this sideways, and then right around 3 o'clock, somewhere in here, we get a ramp. Now the ramp, I think GS or one of them is saying don't expect all of this up here. Or more of a subdued, maybe not necessarily doom and gloom, but not the ramp. So it could be that we trade sideways here. If that's the case, and we see like all of this Tuesday and then get the drop for the FOMC, that would suck, wouldn't it? So we got to pay attention to it, see what's happening. Now, there's one cool thing here. One really cool thing here, and that is that we have one really cool thing happening here, and that is that the hourly trigger is potentially going to cross the daily trigger. And here's your hourly trigger right here. And here is your daily trigger right here. So if we can get a back test, a little bit more blood down here, I would really like to buy that cross right there. For a face ripper. Beat that high right there and trade that. So this is the trade that I'm looking for if I can get it. Now, if they ran this up this morning, it's fine. We would have taken part of that trade, but we didn't get a new high and a previous high, so no trade for me. So if we can get that over there, we can come down here, trade this down a little bit, pound this shit down in here. My only real question here is I don't want to buy calls too early, because if I do, they could murder bot them all day long and then go, yeah, all right, fuck you, buddy. Like, you get the trade right, but you don't get the buy-in where you need to be taking it. So, It'd probably be easier if you were trading futures. Just trade ES, timing-wise. We'll see what happens. Just keep watching it here. I'm going to be spending some time this morning, though, going over just a waiting game. We also have this prior high right here. So this yellow box, if you weren't here this morning, this yellow box, we were looking for a new high. We got it. Now we're coming back down over here, right? No series of new highs yet. We checked the half-hour trigger right here. Now, from that half-hour trigger, if the half-hour trigger is going to bring us up, we would have made a new high, which we did not do, right? Or here. Right here. We checked it. We failed to get the new high. We're now testing the half-hour trigger a second time. I never liked that trade. So I think we're going to head lower. I think we are. I don't like the double checking. I don't like that shit. That and that does not give me the feeling that it's strong. So maybe we come back down here and test that hourly trigger instead. I'll take a few minutes, let it roll over and reject on the 1 and 5 minute here. Now, if it begins to resolve to the upside, we start taking out these highs over here. Let's say I'm wrong, right? Cap's wrong. And we immediately squeeze up. Wham! I still don't take that trade. I don't want that trade at all. I would want this trade right here, where that 1 minute trigger comes back up, and I'd be a long call guy right there. Previous high, and then bam, we're off and running. So still not a call buyer here. This looks like it's trapping fools. So right now, and another thing to look at here too is this. On a 30-minute basis, hourly velocity is finally cooled off. That's good to see. Hourly velocity is finally cooled off. That's good to see. We're getting closer.
For PARA, Paramount, according to the New York Times, Skydance has offered Paramount $3 billion cash infusion to sweeten the deal.
Getting better. Velocity is getting better now for the Bulls. So yeah, it's possible. It's possible that was the bottom. I want them to prove it to me, so we're here to make some money. It's Monday, so let's make some money today. And we'll just keep track of this and see what this means. In the meantime, what is the price of my green call box? This is the Friday close. The green call box is the Friday close. Exactly where we closed on Friday.
A few more details emerging from that story from the NYT. The terms of the new deal would provide Paramount with an investment to pay down debt and buy back stock.
I just want Paramount to get bought. That's bearish, by the way. Well, I wanted to show you guys some of the stuff that I got. Hold on here. I got a bunch of new books. I got I don't know where it is right now. Maybe it's next to my bed. I got a book from the Wolf Street. Whoever has the Wolf Street website got his book. And then I got 3 books.
And just a bit more for the Boeing issuance. Boeing looks like they're going to be raising between 8 and 10 billion. And remember, order books for that were said to be around about 77 billion a short while ago. So that's according to sources cited by IFR. Boeing taps debt market for between 8 to 10 billion.
BA, yeah, I don't know. BA trading 172 right now. Trying to break above its hourly trigger. Some intraday bullishness. Not necessarily a directional change yet, though. I'd really like to see BA get above 176.90 and then back check that daily trigger if possible. So I got this book right here. I got How to Listen to When the Markets Speak. I got a bunch of books this week. I got the Trader's Almanac. I got the Trader's Almanac, and I wanted to finish that chart for you, which I have not done yet. I got to finish that chart from the Trader's Almanac, and then I got this one here. This is How to Listen When Markets Speak. I don't know if I like this book or not. Risks, Myths, and Investment Opportunities in a Radically Reshaped Economy. James Patrick Robinson. It's bearish. It's not bad. It's not bad, but it's a lot of doom and gloom. Then I also got this book this weekend. I got the U.S. Armed Forces, Nuclear, Biological, and Chemical Survival Manual. This was recommended to me as well, so I got this book over the weekend. I'm not as happy with this book as I thought I would be. It looks like it's a reprint of. I can't tell yet if this is a reprint of an FM manual or it's got, I don't know, like a layman. Maybe it was written for like a third grader or something. I got to find out if this is an actual FM manual because it looks more like it was translated for a layperson. What's that? Best books for learning macro. Truly, the Market Wizards books. Probably my favorite books. Mostly because you don't need to know a lot about macro. Or you do, but you don't. You need to know who's telling you what. You could write endless on, or you know what else I would say about macro? Good books on macro. I shouldn't say Market Wizards. You know what you should look up for? Any biography, mostly autobiographies or biographies about ex-Fed presidents would be a good start. Or people that worked for the Fed would be a better start too. So that you can see underneath the data and what really happens. I would recommend that more so than anything. That would be where I'd say start. Any prior Fed president that has an autobiography or a biography that's been written about them, if it's a biography, it should be from the perspective of somebody that worked within the Fed. That's probably number one. Yeah, Jimmy, that's what I want them to know is that if you're going to learn macro, you'd be shocked at how much these guys wing it. I think hearing it from the horse's mouth matters a lot to someone trying to learn macro because you only need a few macro indicators. You don't need that many. You need to know like year over year, it's like inflation, unemployment, inflation, unemployment, Fed funds rate. You need to understand a decent understanding of GDP. You need to have an understanding of short and long-term debt cycles, a basic understanding of short and long-term debt cycles. And then you probably need to understand when the inverted yield curve matters and when it doesn't matter. And the interplay between those things. If you can figure that stuff out, that's all you need on macro. I'm not shitting you. That's literally all you need. You're going to have events that happen. You're going to have events that happen that you can't control anyways. There's not much you can do there, so you need to learn how to hedge over time for those events. And in truth, you really need to understand multi-time frame velocity because you can actually see if there's divesting on the underlying and you're left a bag holder. If you can understand that stuff, that's really all you need. I'll be honest with you, that's truth. It's really all you need. Yeah, 100%, Jimmy. I agree with you. I'm like all the finer details, you being a cash market participant, you really don't need to understand that stuff. If you were like a VIX guy, maybe, or a volatility guy, you do. If you were a professional, you do. For archaic trades, you might need to know it for, I don't know, portfolio allotment possibly, but portfolio allotment isn't working anymore, is it? Or it isn't currently working. Even like I was on the Fed's bond website the other day, and you can buy like bills and shit and bonds and all that kind of stuff, and I was like, you can get 5.5% right now. You can like literally go. It's such a wild time because you can go to like fucking Webull and upload 1 million. I don't know if you can upload 1 million. Yeah, maybe 1 million. Robinhood, I think I've had $300,000 in Robinhood at one point. So you might be able to upload, or not upload, but wire. But just think, you can go to like the fact that you can go to, like, you've got a janky federal website, and you can just go to like Webull and wire in some money and make like 5.5%. I don't know if Webull has a credit card. Robinhood, this is crazy. This is how fucked up this shit is. Like, Robinhood has a debit card. I think they're now offering a gold card. I mean, you don't need to trade on Robinhood. Fuck trading on Robinhood, but how about just using it as a bank to hold money? Like, you just put the money into Robinhood. You collect 5.5%. I think they have a gold card coming out, like a real gold card or something. Don't even trade there. Just keep your money there. It's like so much easier and simpler than go into the bond market or T-bill market. Like, it's like, yeah, but it's the same return as the fucking bond market. Bond market ain't returning shit. So it doesn't matter, right? Well, you're insured for two kinds of losses. There's like different insurances that you have to be thinking about when it comes to a brokerage, and it's not FDIC. It's like, I forget what they're called right now, but yeah, they're insured. They are insured. If somebody steals your money out of there, they're insured to, I think, $250,000, but I forget the types of insurance that it is. It's a different kind of insurance. Yeah, SIPC. That's right. So yeah, I mean, like, 2.25 million insured on Robinhood. I had an account broken into. So you guys don't know. Some of you guys might know this. Some of you guys might not. I had a Robinhood account broken into. I was on the internet bragging. True story. On the internet bragging, showing trades, and I had my account broken into. Yep. And it was insured. It was covered. They shut my account down, and they covered the money that was in there, which is awesome. But you get my point, right? It's like it's too easy, right? It's no penalties for moving money. You can. I think that Robinhood has. I think at one point I was using Robinhood for that exact thing, and the only problem I had with Robinhood was they limited my transactions for a week. I kept getting hit because it was like you can only spend like 15 grand in a week or something like that. That pissed me off because I was like, well, I'm like if you're keeping money somewhere, you want access, right? Like you want to be able to be like, slam, give me this money, get down to a bank and take it out, or make a purchase, bit like large purchases, right? Um, like it's different money. Like you have your money that you have for like your grocery bills, and you have your money for your mortgages, have your money for your day to day stuff. Then if you have savings, you want to be able to spend it in size normally. I think that was the only problem I had with Robinhood was you can only make a purchase of $15,000. So if you went on vacation or something, and you wanted to spend some money that week, that wasn't happening. You needed to like wire it the week before, that kind of stuff. That's my only issue I had with Robinhood. No, I don't think that I was actively trading. I wasn't actively trading with it. Oh, they don't have the debit card anymore. Okay, this has been a while. So I first tried out Robinhood. I wanted to see what it was all about, and I don't leave money in there anymore due to the fact that it was broke. The account was broken into. So as far as I'm concerned, that fucking account is compromised forever. No, I didn't have a problem. Maybe it's in there now, but it wasn't when I was in there. I had no problems. They still have the debit card. I'm watching this right here to see if we get a new high or not. They still have the. Does anybody heard of the gold card? I heard there was a gold card. Yeah, still do it. Hold on one second here. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's hot. Can you take this cup, please? Dude, by the way, this is a great new cup. I like it. I heard there was a gold card. Yeah, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't know anything about Robinhood right now. The $1,000 challenge, yes. I asked my wife. Asked my wife to put $1,000 on Robinhood, and then she did not. And then I asked her to do it again like a week ago, and I was like, "Hey, I asked you like 2 weeks ago." I was like, matter of fact, I was like, "We're at a bottom right now, and this is the time when I want to run the program." And I was like, "You're late." I was like, "This is the time to do it," and she got mad at me, and I was like, "Okay, just do it again." The problem with that is that I wanted to trade that $1,000 last Friday, right? When we were going on a buying spree or something with Winky. 2 Fridays ago, I think we were on a buying spree, and I was like, where the fuck is that money? But yes, we are doing that program. That program is still on board. I just have to get the wife to do it for me. This is just an exercise, Jimmy. Just a learning exercise for a new trader. Not you and I, Jimmy. New trader. That's what they trade, man. That's what they trade, brother. This isn't an exercise for you. This is an exercise for someone that's new. All right, I got new coffee here. This is outstanding. It's nice and hot. We're gonna look at some. We're gonna look at some tickers down below for what? For earnings. We've got SoFi was this morning, so let's bust through a bunch of this stuff and see what we got going on here. Assuming that some of you want to know about. I'm gonna run through this really quick, okay? I'm gonna leave up BA. Let's take a look at TLT. What a piece of shit TLT is. TLT wants to turn around. What a boring fucking ticker. We got Meta up here. I see Meta going down. Personally, I want you to know that. So I've got it at 390 down here. I think Meta goes down some more. But I think there's a great trade in Meta. I think there's an outstanding trade in Meta. Let me measure this. Hold on. Well, that you already got the halfback trade. That looks like a halfback trade. So I'm bullish on Meta from 390. Okay, so 390 bullish on Meta.
And just note for BA Boeing, they are just talking about the T-7A Red Hawk. They're noting that 3 development milestones have been completed and progress regarding flight testing continues, including high angle of attack. They also note that they're building a new production line for the low-rate initial production of the T-7A.
Cough coming back down to almost a place to buy. That's Capital One Financial Corporation still bleeding off. INTC parked right now on that red. Keep your eyes on INTC down here. Let's take a look at INTC really quick again. INTC I'm more bearish on. You know what? INTC I'm extremely bearish on. It's already trading $31, but I think it trades $26. Cough not quite there yet, so we're going to look at SoFi instead, SOFI, because they reported this morning. Oopsie. Oh, nope. So we'll start with SoFi. Whoop. Blooded, baby. SoFi. Well, meme stock. We already know that, though. What's that big green bar down there for? Ah, that's where it is. So let's go. Let's take a walk around the park really quick. Let's see what's going on. SoFi. Love buying the green box on SoFi, right? $4, $4, $4. Love buying it. Got blooded today, huh? There were buyers up here at 649, but I'm still a buyer down below. $4, $4, $4. Also of note on SoFi, once you break above and hold above $10, yeah, you'll start killing it up here, right? You'll start murdering it up here to the upside. So stay long SoFi, but be trying to buy this green box. $5, $4, and then just stay long. My assumption here with SoFi is that you're not in it for the $4 or $5. You're in it to trade $28 or something like that. So just stay long on this at $4. I got nothing else to say about SoFi right now. More that it's just a meme. It's a meme stock, right? That's what it is. Now, if you're ever able to get above and hold with a new high, hold. See how you can't hold it? Can't hold it? Can't hold it? How do you know if you're going to hold this? Well, what you're going to see is a new high, right? You break above, and you get a new high on the monthly. You also would like to see the daily trigger get up there and the hourly trigger get up there and all that stuff. None of that's happened. So you're just a buyer at $4. Set yourself in a little box down here between 543 and 439. Hopefully, you can catch a dip buy. Now, do I care if SoFi never gets a dip buy? No, I don't. I don't care. I just did Intel, didn't I? I'll go back to Intel in a minute. So SoFi, not a buyer. No want to be a buyer. If you want to be a buyer in SoFi, you should have a list of like 1,000 stocks. If it never hits the $4 or $5, you never buy it. If it does, you jump on it. It's not a stock that you should be too concerned about unless it hits down here. It's a regular printer down here. I know that for sure. Some of you out there would say something like, well, Cap, this low right here and this low right here means something. We have a series of higher and higher lows. Currently trading $7.10. Bulls were looking for, that big old squeeze up there, get a print. They didn't catch it. So if they caught the print here and they didn't catch the print here, where is the real demand? Down here. That's where the real demand is. So price target down below, $5.50, $4 for another attempt to go higher. So I'm bearish on SoFi down to $5.50, $4. If something changes, we'll take a look at it again. I would really like to see price get above, or I'd like to see the daily trigger cross above the weekly. I'd really like to see price make its way up here at this point and make a new high. Until that happens, until this happens at this point, price target down below $4. Got no love for it right here. And I bet the pain trade is on for SoFi. So that's SoFi. Next one we're going to look at is going to be Paramount. P-A-R-A, right? Is that Paramount? Paramount Global. Now, I actually love this ticker. Love it. I normally like it for a December trade or a low trade. Is this the right Paramount? I hope that it is. I think that it is. I think it's Par. Yeah, P-A-R-A. I used to love trading this ticker for M&A speculation. And they've got an earnings report coming out after the close tomorrow, and they are pushing Paramount.
Between Vale and BHP regarding the Mariana settlement. Brazil authorities want Vale and BP to bump up the settlement to 137 billion real, according to the Minas Gerais top prosecutor. Authorities expect to reach a final deal in the first half of 2024.
I'm looking at their earnings right now, and they seem to go down into their earnings. They tend to go down into their earnings whether the report is good or bad. And they just announced some kind of crap about repackaging some of their debt. Let's take a look down here. I like the quarterly. I like the monthly. The weekly looks like it wants to have an explosive move to the upside. I got nothing on the daily. The weekly's kind of looks like it could be a good earnings for Paramount. So what I'll say is this. On Paramount, my expectation is going to be a down move, but then an actual dip buy. Down here, and then an actual dip buy up here. Without even looking at it, that's what I'm expecting. Down move, there you get your up move, and you might get one more up here. Right there. Something like that. Down, flush it. Price target just under $10. And then a move to 15 and possibly 17. Something like that. Now, if Paramount is able, I'm going to give you the alternate count on this. And that's where you get a good report. And it doesn't do what it historically does. Right there. To the upside. I would set an alert down here at about $9. If it runs without you on it, it's okay if you miss the trade, because there's probably better trades out there. Look for a dip buy down below at $9.20. $9.20. INTC. We already did this one earlier. Right? This is Intel. Talked about these guys about 15 minutes ago. Talked about this right here, buying this dip on this trend line. It's currently sitting on its trend line for an upside move. Seems logical for their next ER. If you're going to trade INTC, it's one of my worst. I hate this ticker. Hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it. But like financials, it seems like a regular printer over time, right? Not too bad over there. Not too bad. Try it again, right? I never liked trading INTC for like a week. It's like a 3-month trade. It's boring as fuck. But there's something amiss here. And I want to show you what that is. Right here. Its weekly negative velocity is just starting. That is a cause for concern. Even if it rips higher, I'm expecting a bigger down move. So even if your daily velocity is ready for a rip to the upside, it's going to look something more like this in my view. You might catch the rip up on daily velo, but your target is actually lower. Something like this right here. So you catch the dip bounce, you get rejected above at $33.86. Price target below 26.09 on INTC. Bearish on this ticker as well. Mostly due to its weekly velocity. I have more downside coming for INTC. As we did pair, we did INTC. NVIDIA. We'll do NVIDIA because you guys have been asking for it. And we're going to talk about NVIDIA. This is an important one. Pay attention. Yeah, I've got Amazon on there. I got to run through all these. I'm running through everything for earnings this week. I'm running through all of earnings for this week. So if you've got an earnings, not all of them, but the major ones. So NVDA, we got to talk about this one. It's important. There's a lot of discussion right now about NVIDIA in the background. And that's because people think this is distribution or the start of distribution to the downside. I have a mixed bag on NVIDIA right now. Or a mixed bag take on NVIDIA right now. They're not done going up in my view.
So has reported vessel 54 nautical miles northwest of Yemen's Mocha has sustained damage.
Bear's going to tell you that's the top, that's the top. We're going to keep selling this, bro. It's going to keep going down and down and down. Oh, no, you got a new high. Oh, yeah, it's still more down. Look at that distribution going, right? Shit like that, they're going to tell you this, too, is distribution. I'm not seeing that just yet. It's coming, but it's not there yet. I'm going to show you why right now, okay? I'm going to make it really simple for you if you're a bear out there. Super simple. Right here. I want you to look at every period of growth.
And a bit more from the UK MTO. It says the vessel and crew are reported safe.
I want you to see these 3 periods right here and how NVIDIA trades. Now, you do have a series of higher lows on quarterly and monthly, but we also did not have the AI trade back here, okay? We also did not have the AI trade back here. You do have a lower high on weekly right now, but we have some things we're missing in this trade, and I want to show you this. And that is that we're not above here yet, are we? It could be one more push up. You see it? One more push up on the quarterly. And then if we split the difference here, remember, we didn't have an AI trade back here. Probably a little bit more up on the monthly, although weekly is getting a little long in the tooth. So right here is another one, snapping the line right here, the peak to peak it out. We had one peak right here, and we had one peak right here, but this looks like there's one more leg here. You see it? So maybe one more leg up, and then a major downside move. Now let's take a look at some of the prior examples of this and see what we're talking about here. And I want to direct your attention to one more thing here that's important. Hold on here. And I want you to direct you to this here.
And some
And
European earnings-related headlines here. Turner Energy, is TRNIM, FY23 net profit comes in at 59.7 million, and that is versus 19.8 year over year. Adjusted EBITDA for the FY, 178.4 million, and that's above last year's 164.7. And sales coming at 327.8 million, it's above the 298 year over year.
I want to show you his big blocks. It's like October 2016, October 2018. That's 2 years. March 21 to December 2021, but a big giant move in price right here. And so when you're trying to time a top on this ticker in particular, I know this is cranking right now, right? It's cranking, isn't it? Just like monster moves, right? Big old move right here. We probably have a little bit more to go. And the other thing that bothers me about this is this $1,000 thing right here. And what it reminds me of is Amazon. And also, like I bet if you were to overlay, I know that they're comparing NVDA to, I think, Intel or some other chip company, IBM or somebody, I can't remember. Maybe it's Intel. Like, oh, it's just like Intel when it went up, then it came down, never came back again. NVDA specifically reminds me more of Amazon, and it's this kind of stuff right here. So they push you up, right? They push you up into a new zone, new trading zone, and then you trade in this zone for a little while. Then to move up, right? And Amazon does that shit. They'll trade a zone, move up or down, and then they trade a zone for a little while. And because we're at $1,000, and you're gonna be like, no, that's not true, Cap. But because we're at $1,000, here's your $1,000. Right here, a bear is going to tell you this is the top for NVIDIA. You're never getting above $1,000 and all that kind of stuff, all that kind of jazz, right? You're going to crash all down here. Some of you bulls out there are going to say, no, Cap, we're just going to trade inside just under $1,000, Cap. It's going to be $700. That's it. You're going to trade this for like 3 years. Trade that for 3 years. I disagree with you. I think for them to consolidate, because of that nice round number of $1,000, they're going to try to get it above the $1,000. You're going to get sold off 1,000 every time, no matter what. You hit a big round number like that, it's coming back down. But they're likely going to want to trade a zone above $1,000. So just even between here and here, right? You got 403, 500, about 20%. Personally, with the way velocity is right now, I would like to see at least 1,200 and possibly even 1,500. Possibly even 1,500 with a buffer. And I would then like to see NVIDIA consolidate above 1,000. Like trade this zone right here for a long period of time. Maybe the rest of the year with a high maybe come December or March to that 1,500 mark above. It is pricing itself in right now. And I know that you think it's a fad. NVIDIA is a fad and all that. It just isn't. This is the future of computing, whether you like it or not. It's not a under $1,000 stock. I do think that when you get up there, you're going to get some kind of an announcement. You're going to get some kind of an announcement of a stock split. And they have an earnings coming up, I believe, on the 25th. Don't quote me on the exact date. So I would like to see this stock get up there. I don't know how it gets up there, but I'm bullish on it and a stock split. You get that fucking stock split announcement, you get up there above $1,000 on the anticipation of a stock split, and this shit's going to moon. Okay? Now, this shit starts mooning up here, $1,200, $1,500. They will sell the news after the split, and whatever the new price is on the split, it should settle down around $1,000 again over here. That's really simple, isn't it? It's pretty basic. You like NVIDIA. You can just you don't have to dumb this shit. You can just dumb NVIDIA down. You don't need to be measuring all this shit. You're at $1,000. Any stock split is gonna send this fucker to the moon whether you like it or not. And they'll probably do a 4-for-1 split, send it down to like $250 or something like that. 5-for-1 split, set it down at $200, something like that. But whatever this announcement comes out on this ER, this shit's gonna fucking moon. It's gonna moon. I'm sorry, it's gonna moon, without a doubt. This is a great trade. Being above the daily trigger right now, being above the daily trigger on any potential of a stock split on their ER announced during their ER, you'd be out of your mind to not be long this ticker into their ER. And if they ever do, if you're short, like I would never be short NVIDIA running into their ER. And this whole zone here, this whole fucking zone on a stock split is in play. If you don't believe me, go look at when Apple splits or go look at when Tesla splits or any of your future tech companies, and this shit moons. And I mean fucking moon. So I think on any stock split news, 1250, 1500, wouldn't even blink an eye at it. Wouldn't even blink an eye. Now, as soon as that split happens, there'll be a second run, right? You'll get the announcements news. That would be a move up here. And then once the announcement is made, you're going to get a bunch of FOMOers. They're going to push it right up there to $1,500. Once the split actually happens, that shit will come right back down and just be consolidating in here for a period of time. Velocity seems to agree with that. There's one more plug or push up to the upside. So for me, I'm pretty bullish on NVDA here. Whether you like it or not and you're a bear, I don't care. They're gonna shove this right down your throat. So I'd be very wary here. Now, let's say you are an NVIDIA bear and you're like, Captain, you're out of your fucking mind. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to warn you as a bear of something. Price is above the daily trigger right now. So fuck you on that. What you need to see, if we really are bearish on NVIDIA, you needed to see this red bar get followed right here. Bam, 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 bam. And you need to see the daily trigger. Listen to me closely. The daily trigger follow to the downside and break through the weekly trigger. Until you see this here, you are not in a corrective phase, and you are most definitely not in a distribution phase. Well, this would be corrective, but if you see the yellow line cross through, you are not corrective anymore. You're in distribution, and we're going down to the depths of hell. You don't see that right now. You don't even see it in a pullback. I want to be clear on this. If we were risk off, you would have seen this yellow line come straight down with price. Notice how the yellow line is not coming down as there's a corrective movement in NVDA. You see it time and time and again. Time and time again. I'll say it again. Time and time again. Once that yellow line crosses, we are actually on risk off distribution on the ticker. And this is across all kinds of tickers. So for right now, more upside move. Everything is pointing towards it. Everything is pointing towards a stock split and some kind of news coming out, and we're going to trade 1,500. I know that sounds crazy, doesn't it? 1,500. Now, if things change and that shit doesn't happen, we don't get the stock split or some bad news comes out, there's a war in Taiwan or some shit like that, and this yellow line starts to cross through, I'll begin to entertain that you are right and I am wrong. Yellow line crossing through the orange line. Until that happens, you're wrong. Now, if that does happen, I will agree with you that the run on NVIDIA is over. So bullish on NVDA. Bullish. I'm telling you, don't fuck with this ticker right now. Don't do it. You can if you could if this yellow line was going down, but it's not. If this yellow line was like following price down, I'd be like, dude, if you're an NVIDIA bull, watch the fuck out. You're going to have some kind of nonsense like that. And if you're a bear, you could jump in right there and you'd be like, fuck yeah, Cap, we're going down to the depths of hell. The scam pump is over. As of right now, do not fuck with NVDA if you're a bear. Don't do it. And right now is a prime time to buy it. Look at it. This is a daily candle above the daily trigger. You still don't have the new high. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see the new high. You haven't got it yet. So I mean, is the correction over? Technically, the correction is not over on NVDA, but still not seeing a new low. I would really like to see a new high. To be honest with you, I'd really like to see higher than 883.28 personally. But this daily candle is being bought with a fucking vengeance here. You can see it. I'm buying it with a fucking vengeance. So watch out for NVDA. Even if this rolls down again, if the yellow line, the daily trigger, does not follow, even if it rolls down again, I'm still bullish on it as long as this yellow line stays up here for that upside move. So I'd be a buyer right now, and I would be DCAing 700. DCA 700 if you get pushed down for a ramp to the fucking upside. So bullish as fuck on NVDA. I know Bear's out there pissed off. He's like, God damn you, Captain. I didn't want to hear that. Next one. We're going to do PayPal. PYPL. PayPal got taken to the woodshed recently, thinking that that they weren't going to be in replacement of X and all these other soft payment programs. Everybody's talking about AI and all that kind of stuff. PayPal pisses everybody off because let's do PYPL. Hold on. PYPL. PayPal pisses everybody off. Another hot, hate you, PayPal. You haven't improved anything over the years. Truth is, whether you like PayPal or not, accumulation, distribution. I think that was this move down here, if I remember the news correctly. Whether you like PayPal or not, it is the preferred. One of the preferred cash apps out there, used by everybody. Now, I know X is going to take over everything and all that other kind of shit, but look what's happening right now. It's trying to break above and close this gap right here, right? Trying to trade higher. It has crossed the daily trigger has crossed the weekly trigger. See it right here, right? It did fail to get a new high, I think. Let's look and see that. Let's check that. Yeah, that counts. Got a new high, or at least the same high. I'll give that as a bullish outcome. You also have a cross of the daily trigger over the weekly trigger, and you didn't fail. You actually held the weekly trigger, then you held the daily trigger, and it's squeezing right now. You've made 2 attempts at it. I think you get up there. I'm bullish on PayPal. Let's check its velocity really quick. Yeah, I'm fucking bullish down here. I'm bullish right there in that monthly. And we're just getting started on bullishness in the weekly. See, I'm bullish. I'm bullish as fuck. You're going to close this gap up here. Price target 72.06.
And just note for KO Coca-Cola, recent upside being attributed to a report on Bloomberg. Coca-Cola gearing up for an IPO of their $8 billion African bottling arm, according to Bloomberg.
You got a gap right here to close. Whoop, right there. And you've got the quarterly and the monthly racing down to meet it. Yeah, I'm bullish as fuck here. Accumulation, distribution. Price target $85. Price target 85 flat. 72 in the midterm, in the interim 72, 77. Yeah, $77. bullish as fuck on PayPal, especially where it is right now. I like it. I like the stonk right now. So that's PayPal. They do their earnings tomorrow before the open. PayPal. One fly in the ointment on PayPal is that we have the FOMC meeting on Wednesday. So I would expect that we get a nice little rip up higher, and then Tuesday we start to go flat, and maybe a drop on Wednesday for FOMC with a new buy after the FOMC meeting, and that's when we get our 78 or possibly even our $84. Maybe you get this on their earnings, $78 maybe. Maybe it just goes straight up, pulls back for ER or for FOMC. And then we get the actual the larger move up after their next expiry. After their next expiry to get to the $85, $88, $86, something like that. SPOO's heading higher right now, trying to get above. It's trying to get above its SPY right now, trying to get above its prior high back here from this morning. If it can get above its prior high, I will be taking a trade here for an upside move into the close.
CMCSA Comcast, according to Variety, Peacock set to hike its prices for the second time in 2 years. In mid-July, the price for its premium service will increase by $2, taking it to $7.99, and Peacock Premium Plus is set to be hiked by the same amount, taking it to $13.99 a month.
Failed to get the new high right here. So no trade for Cappy Cap. Looking for a new high, pull back, grab the 1 minute trigger, and take that bad boy up to 512.50. There's some people out there saying we're not getting 515. Some banks saying a little bit more subdued expectations today on that trade. So we'll keep monitoring it and see what happens here. Next one. Next one we're going to do here is we did PayPal. We're going to do next Amazon, then AMD. Amazon. Yes, Amazon. Amazon, the old cup and handle here. Old cup and handle. The old Amazon. I bet you're all out there going, well, cup, we got a cup and handle here. We're gonna make the handle here, and then we're gonna moon. It's gonna be the old dragon trade, right? Dragon's tail, one of its legs, one of its other legs over here, and then boom. Amazon AWS kicking ass. We got a nice little dip buy down here. It's weekly trigger. Its correction looks like it's complete. Gorgeous, right? Woohoo! Beautiful correction, right? Right, almost perfect off its weekly trigger. Almost like a bunch of old guys working at a brokerage knew exactly where to buy it down here, didn't they? Just went in and started buying like motherfuckers down here. Let's take a look at Amazon and see what it's saying. They have their earnings after the close on Tuesday, right before FOMC. Let's take a look and see what Amazon is saying. Monthly looks great. Weekly looks like dog shit. Weekly looks like dog shit. Monthly looks outstanding. Quarterly looks good. Daily looks like dog shit. But they can stay up longer than we can stay. Let's see here. Yeah, they can crank all that out if they want. This looks a lot like NVIDIA. Crank all that out if they want. Zone trading here. Big moves down, big moves up. A little long in the tooth, though, in their weekly. Yep, This is what I'm going to say on Amazon. Amazon to me looks like a range-bound trade. Like they're starting a new range-bound trade. And they do this a lot. Amazon is like a regular printer for people. So $200. We know our last known buyers was right here. They have an ER coming up on Tuesday. I'm going to say buy the dip every time you're down here. And I hate Amazon because of this. Amazon's like an old man trade. High side expectation $200. Buy the dip down at this 166, 170 every time it happens. Amazon is not the kind of ticker that you buy the daily trigger on. It's always stuff like this. Anytime you're down in this zone, you buy it. Anytime you're up in here, you sell it. Does that make sense to you? Fairly simple, right? Fairly simple. Their daily velocity on a 30-minute basis, yeah, it's okay. Nothing special. I'm not a fan of trading. And they failed this high right here, by the way. They failed that high. I want to warn you something about Amazon. It's like the same guys from like these guys don't care about Amazon. Well, they care about Amazon. But they don't. Come on. Something just like that. I think their ER is good. I think it gets sold down, and that's where the real buy is down here. Set an alert on 174, 175. Even if they have a bad ER, maybe you can catch the rip higher. I don't have high expectations on Amazon going to the moon. Let's look on this here. Yeah, I mean, look at that fucking monster move right there. Jesus Christ. Look at that fucking thing right there. Woof. Yeah, any selling on Amazon, you buy it. Or maybe if it was there we go, right there. I guess if they have the good earnings, you're going to get it right there. I would keep your eyes on if it sells if there's an initial sell on their ER, keep your eyes open on like an initial bloodbath on their ER, and there's an actual dip buy down here. 172 or whatever to get up to that 190. Amazon, my take on Amazon would be it's like a bloodbath right before their ER, and then it goes up. I don't like this ticker either. 3%, 6%, 7%. What's their earnings expectations? I got to check this really quick and see if I'm way off base. No. I hate this fucking AI. It's fucking Google. Let me check Amazon really quick. $7.6% move. Yeah, that makes sense. I got this kind of right. I got that right. I'm close enough. I'm close enough. That's correct. I got this right. Within reason, I got that right. That's what I got for earnings right there. It's hard to do this on a half-hour chart. I shouldn't be doing this on a half-hour chart. $7.6% to the downside. Yeah, if they have a bad ER, it's going to get ugly, isn't it? Yeah, all the way back down here. I'm bullish on them. They haven't had a bad report in fucking some time, dude. April 27th, 2023. But it's still cranked. Let me show you guys this really quick. So, hold on here. So this is Amazon, right? I want to show you guys this. Went up. This one went down April 27th, 2023. But guess what? It went right straight back up again. February 2023, major fucking roll in February 2023. So my take here is that they're not done going up due to velocity. So even if it does roll, it's just going to get picked right back up again. Trying to get to that that Valhalla 190 200. Buy the dip, sell the rip. Buy the dip, sell the rip. Kind of a no man's zone or no man's land down here. Buy the dip down here, sell the rip. Any rips up here, even an extension, you'd still sell the rip up there. coast to coast. Buy the dip, sell the rip. Buy the dip, sell the rip. Buy the dip, sell the rip. I don't like Amazon. I fucking hate this ticker. Hate this goddamn ticker. Can't stand Amazon. Amazon's like one of those tickers, I'm telling you. Amazon is one of those tickers, man, where it's like an old man trader. Like you look for a low, you buy it, and then you set it and forget it for a quarter. You come back and you buy another low. It's an old man trade. It's an old man trade. Great ticker to trade if you don't have a busy life, or if you've got a busy life doing other stuff. Still no high for the Bulls.
So just going out on all channels over here, we are just seeing a bout of yen's strength, which is taking us towards the bottom of the end of the range for the session. We have gone from around about 156.40-ish to 155.10 last. So again, we have had some reports today from Dow Jones, which did suggest that the officials have confirmed that they did intervene in FX overnight.
Yeah.
And just in terms of the low from overnight, 154.52 on my screen.
What was the high? 160, or did they ever get to 164? Yeah, what's going on with Dixie? Nice. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. Yeah, you know you want to come down, Dixie. I want you at 105.18, bro. 105.18. Just blood that shit, bro. You know, just blood it down there. Oh, what's next stop, too? Once you start getting blooded like that, Dixie. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Dixie. You got a date with Destiny, brosif. Oh. How about 105 flat? Oh, yeah. How about then a rejection? Oh, right there, bro. 104.25, Dixie. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, get that yen. Intervene, man. Do that intervention. Start having all the Japanese come vacation in the United States with that weak ass dollar. Oh, yeah. Oh, weaken that dollar. Yeah, weaken it. Oh, yeah, weaken that dollar. Yeah. Yeah, we want that weak ass dollar. Give me that weak ass dollar so we start squeezing to the upside on. We want the S&P 500 to be undervalued because the dollar sucks. We don't want that. We don't want that strength in the dollar. We don't like China. We definitely don't like that strong dollar either, do we? We like Chinese people. We just don't like China. We don't like them devaluing the dollar. But it's okay if Japan does. Or if Mexico does. If Mexico does, that's fine too. Oh, yeah, just bring it down there. Oh, yeah, Dixie. We like you strong, just not that strong. I saw that, Kim. Uncensored. Take the dollar down to the depths of hell, please. Oh yeah, get that spooze up there. Oh, come on, spooze. Ooh. Ooh. MOF intervention in Japan. So, anyways, back to Amazon. Yeah. Let me know what are your thoughts on Amazon. You think you get a good report or no? Do you think you get a good report on Amazon? I know that Amazon can moon. I'm not in disagreement with Amazon mooning here. Maybe Winky can say something about Amazon. AWS. What are your thoughts on? Let me ask you guys a serious question on AWS. And I know this. I know this is who it's the mouth that it's coming from is untrustworthy. But you got Elon Musk claiming that robo taxis are going to be a neural network around the world and destroy AWS and its compute and the cost of its compute, and that Elon is going to destroy AWS. Yeah. Amazon's like that. To me, Amazon is always the ticker that you, in a consolidation, you buy the lows and just don't fuck with it if you missed it. So you'd be surprised to let it slip that much. I can see the argument that the dip was bought and they're going to get paid on their earnings. The dip was bought in the correction. Print the earnings. That makes sense. I wonder if the hype is over though, and if Elon's put the fly in the ointments, like, like the mosquitoes to his bug zapper. It's like, oh, let's go check out the new shiny thing over here with Tesla, and let's pour a bunch of money into that, whether it's real or not. Did you guys listen into? You guys don't know what I'm talking about? Elon Musk was talking about this in the guidance for their earnings. It's a new shiny thing. Oh, go over there, the new shiny thing. Let's price in Elon beating AWS, which I don't think that they're ever going to do. I agree. I agree with that too, Portland. 100%. I agree with that too. Don't do that, Uncle JBJ. Don't do that. They're now $25. They were $5, right? Now they're 25. Yeah, I wonder. I think the trade was already taken on Amazon. Now I think it's just a matter of does it play out, and if not, you're still long from that low. It's basically like a neural network that he's talking about, right? Basically, that's what he's saying, right? Tell me if I got this wrong. The idea is that when you're not, well, I guess you get the car and it works in a network computing, right? With, I'm assuming, these servers that are located underground in a bunker. And, but I don't know exactly how that works. And why wouldn't you want to get paid for that? Wouldn't you want to get paid for that?
All exports are averaging 3.42 million barrels a day, according to the oil ministry.
Wouldn't you want to get? Oh, Joe Donut's mad at me. He's like, you told me to buy shares and I didn't buy calls. I'm mad now.
We're talking about 3.34 million barrels a day average.
Because I'm happy about my shares, but I'm not happy with my calls, or not having those calls. I don't know. That's not my favorite trade right now. My favorite trade right now is PayPal, 100%. I think PayPal is my favorite right now. Nvidia with a close second. PayPal, Nvidia, Amazon, I would not be shocked to see like they torch it and then it rips. Yeah, dude, just give me SPY on the hourly trigger. Just give me that low from Friday, not the low, but the closing price is now coming into the hourly trigger. Just give me that fucking like, give me like a straight bloodbath. And then like right at 3 p.m. we just fucking rocket ship her like 1:30. It's 12:57. We're getting close. We're almost there. We're almost at 1 o'clock. This is where the Put Mafia and the Vol Control Gang comes into the picture too. Okay, so next one. Amazon. I got no skin in the game in this one. I'd give like a 70% chance that Amazon is going to print 190, possibly 200. 70% chance. 30% chance that they blood it, but this trade is still on to the upside. If you're not already in the trade, just stack it on. If it ever goes to 170, just buy the fucking dip on it. Old man trade. Next one. We're going to look at AMD. Oh boy, oh boy. AMD. AMD. For Charles D. I did this for Charles D. He asked me to chart this out for him, and I did. Woo! AMD, baby. Ho, ho, ho. AMD. Bullish. Bullish on AMD. I am bullish on AMD. Oh, yeah. I'm bullish on AMD. On a 30-minute basis, I'm just fucking bullish. $165. Possible extension up to 170. 170, 172. I'm just bullish as fuck here. Bullish on AMD. Yeah, Put Mafia, man. They've been coming out every they've been coming out on like when on up days they're coming out. On up days, Put Mafia comes out at 1 o'clock. On down days, the Vol Control Gang comes out at between 1 and 1:30 in the afternoon. Matter of fact, they come out at 11:32 or 10:30. They did it earlier here. They tried it earlier today. They tried it right here, and they're likely going to try it again. Oh, hey, Bork is giving a free month on supporter level. He just gave a code for the first person that uses it. I'm bullish here on AMD.
Just some commentary here from the ECB's not. He says he's increasingly confident inflation is falling towards 2% target, but he says the ECB must be cautious beyond the June rate cut.
AMD, they want what? What's the expectation? AMD pricing in 7.7% move to 171. Yeah, I'm agreeing with that too. I'm agreeing with that 171. And I think they actually go there. So I'm down on that trade 100%. 171 right up here. 173.38. And I think they can also take this out too. I think there's the potential to take this out if their report is kick ass. The one problem with AMD is they suck at their reports. Trade is alive from 147. Trade is still valid from 147. Even if their report is negative, it's still going there. Still going there. Bullish. Bullish in AMD. Yeah, I think that's easy. Bullish in AMD. That's probably my third or fourth best. I like AMD. I like PayPal. AMD, PayPal. Yeah, those are my two favorite right now. All right, gonna take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll do Apple. Then we'll see about some others in here. Apple will be next, and then we'll take some of your requests from earnings the rest of this week. Yeah, I like PayPal and AMD right now. Those are my two favorites. Amazon, maybe. I'm kind of like on Amazon. I see the idea behind Amazon. They bought the dip on the correction. PayPal, though, my favorite right now. Number one. Second favorite, AMD. Come on, baby. Just give it to me. Come on. Just give it to me down here so I can buy that fucking dip. Been patient all day long. Patient all day long. Yeah, come on down there. We have a cross coming up on the at 3:30. We have a cross coming up on the hourly and daily trigger. Have not taken a trade yet today. Nothing that I like at this point. There's been some great intraday trading on the half-hour trigger. Tagged it twice today. I'm looking for this this green. Just get rid of this. I'm looking for this. I'm looking for this trade right here. Whoop, 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 whoop. I'm looking for a bloodbath down to it, and then a upside trade. Just drop. We'll just clean up all this bullshit in here. Hold on. You can see it more clearly. Oh shit. To make sure I got this right here. I want to jack this up. Right there. Yeah, that's it right there. Yeah, right there. Yeah, that's it. Come on down to daddy. Down there, yeah. Right down there. That's what I want, baby, right there. That's what I want. Just give it to me. Just give me the down move. Like blood, and then I will do lemonade. I know you guys like lemonade right now. It's cranking, or it was doing wonderful, I should say. Lemonade, apple. All right, so give me another 5-minute break, and I'll be right back with you guys. Give me just a few more minutes, then we'll come back and we'll hit. It's back to the 17s. Sweet, yeah. The lemonade trade's been good, right? Lemonade trade's been a good trader. It's been a good ticker to trade. No worries, Stacy. I gotcha. Are they going to give me the dip or no? They've been teasing it all day long, haven't they? Just grinding your calls down all day long. Everybody's long here. Everybody's long as fuck. Everybody knows we're going up today. I just want you to just murder all these fucking call holders. Just fucking drain them, and then I'll buy them, and then we'll go to the fucking moon. Come on, dealers. Just wash them all out. Wash all these fucking dirty bulls out. We'll get price where it needs to go. We'll chicane all these bulls. I assure you, not 1,000%, but I'm about 900% sure that the moment this hourly trigger crosses, I don't care where we are, that shit's coming down. Almost a sure thing. I don't care where price is up here. Price could go right here right now. And the moment this fucker crosses right here, that shit's coming straight back down to it. It's like a tractor beam. Not every time, but fairly certain. Fairly certain. Right around 330. Fairly certain. Why is it doing that? It's doing it to check to make sure that it's real, because the momentum is massive, right? When you have an hourly trigger crossing a daily trigger, it's confirming that the move is to the upside. So price will go back down to check to make sure that is accurate. That's correct. And why is that, right? If it's incorrect, this will flip to a bearish cluster. And if we flip to a bearish cluster, we break below this hourly trigger and start to reject. You will see the 1 minute come down, the 5 minute come down, the half hour come down, and the hourly come down and turn this into a 6 trigger bear cluster. And this is no bueno. Really bad. So price wants to check to make sure that the way is higher because this results in a giant move to the upside. So they're going to check price, make sure, right? Remember in the report that I gave you the other day when I said gropex, right? Groping somebody is disgusting, right? So you just want to make sure that that's the actual bottom, right? So you're just gonna lift or put your hand underneath a man's pants and make sure he's got a pair of balls or not, right? Could just goose him. You're like, yeah, you really want to get laid? Let's see. Let's find out if this is bottom or not, right? Gropex. Yeah, it's a gross term, right? It's a very disgusting term, but like gropex, this isn't gropex today, but this is a gropex type situation, isn't it? If the move is higher, we need to go down and make sure that that's true.
And just
we'll see what happens.
Headlines here. The U.S. State Department says the U.S. has found 5 Israeli units were responsible for gross violations of human rights. All of these incidents happened before 7th of October, and none took place in Gaza. A U.S. State Department adds 4 of the units have effectively remediated these violations.
And I'm watching this over here too, because if we start racing up here, I might chase that up too. Keep an eye on it. That's what I'm always afraid of here. Like, are they going to try to ramp it and then come back for it? Or are they going to bloodbath it? Some stupid news comes out. Do we have anything coming out for news? 1:15 in the afternoon. Oh, wait a minute. I got something for you guys. Hold on here. I should have brought this up earlier. Give me a second here. Per GS, we are starting to see a slight increase in open market orders as companies start to enter their open window period post-earnings release. We are now in an open window estimated to run through June 14th. Mark this on your calendars. Uh-oh, hold on here. Wait for me. Wait for me. All right, I'm going to read some stuff to you. I've got a trade set up right now for 100 511Cs. Have not executed yet, but I got the trade set up ready to rock. I wonder if we just start going.
Reverse repo today, 505.5 billion, 75 bidders, and that compares to the prior 464.9 billion.
I'm going to read a couple things here really quick. I'll put this in tonight's note about GS saying that we're seeing a slight increase in open market orders. You'll get that tonight. But I've got one more thing I want to read to you really quick. This is from McElliott. Oh boy, there may be a fresh plot twist out there for today's release of the U.S. Treasury financing estimate announcements at 3 p.m. To recap, a number of client conversations over the past week or so had highlighted the magnitude of the U.S. government tax receipts collected into and around tax day, which rationally an account of rising wages and enormous capital gains tied inflows, and have powered the TGA to its highest levels in 2 years at the current 941 billion, nearly plus 190 billion over the Treasury's targeted end of quarter balance of 750 billion. In theory, then, the potential was that this slack in the TGA from the high tax receipts could then I'm going to put this in the Discord right now. I'm going to post this in the Discord for you, okay? You want to read it? Hold on. Come on, Discord. I'm trying to get long right now. Posting this in Discord for you to read. In theory, then, the potential was that this slack in the TGA from the high tax receipts could then allow the Treasury to announcement a reduced financing estimate today for the new quarter to be announced with the extra funds already in the Treasury kitty.
Finalized nearly $200 million worth of fines for U.S. wireless carriers. This is due to illegal consumer data disclosures. Just in terms of the fines, they do include $103 million for TMUS and its Sprint unit.
Which could then act as a dovish surprise in a world where the entirety of the investment universe has been fixated on the exponential fiscal deficit spending trajectory, which sits at the core of the enormous ongoing funding requirements. I'm long, by the way. Which could act as, wait a minute. On the exponential fiscal deficit spending trajectory, which sits at the core of the enormous ongoing funding requirements and the UST issuance. Quote, structural bear case, end quote, alongside the Fed cut repricing on the sticky inflation behind the recent sell-off. So a smaller financing estimate, in turn, could then act as a potentially bullish U.S. Treasury catalyst on locally lower issuance. So with the extra tax monies pushing the TGA balances to two-year high levels and reducing the immediate borrowing needs of the Treasury government, this potential for UST reduced supply relief was also layering in conjunction with Treasury's prior guidance on the mix of the issuance, which explicitly stated their expectations that the just concluded prior February-April period would be the final quarter of increased coupon issuance. As we all still recall from the October-November 23 QRA shocker, it was the Yellen Treasury issuance twist, which dramatically reduced coupon issuance versus prior expectations and instead concentrated the issuance on a mix into bills, blowing out prior TBAC convention. Going to bills as a whopping 60% of the issuance mix from prior 15 to 20%, taking advantage of the insatiable demand from MMF in the current cash as a yield asset world we are living in, which in turn marked the end of the fall 23 term premium shock and helped all assets rally in furious fashion thereafter, in conjunction with softening inflation data at the time, too, of course, as it kicked off such a massive impulse easing in financial conditions. Well, fast forwarding back to said potential plot twist for today's Treasury borrowing estimate release versus the aforementioned expectations from John Kaminsky, the super bright and well-forwarded mortgage tech engineer who meticulously follows and models the money flows of the U.S. government, Treasury, Federal Reserve, and the side effectively as a forensic accountant, yesterday in his public Substack released his projected Treasury borrowing estimates for the quarter ahead. And he sees an extremely different path ahead for the QRA than the hypothetical one I'd noted above. Instead, with large projected upward revisions to the Treasury borrowing estimates in the quarters ahead. Kaminsky's prediction for today's financing estimates are rather jarring versus the recent trend in street expectations having potentially moderated on the tax receipts, TSLA logic, versus the prior estimate of $200 billion borrowing this new Q2, which someone saw the potential scope to shift meaningfully lower for the upcoming quarter, i.e. minus $125 billion to $150 billion. Kaminsky's model is predicting an upward revision of plus 75 to 100 billion to the refunding need, totaling a borrowing estimation this upcoming quarter between 275 billion and 300 billion. Why? Because his modeled flows show that either the Treasury overestimated tax receipts or underestimated their spending, which either way will be reflected in today's expected larger borrowing estimate. Here it is right here at 3 p.m. Here's the close. More jarring is his Q3 estimate at an optically shocking 1.2 trillion, which is largely a function of calendar anomalies on maturing debt and first-of-month expenditures, but would catch the street wildly flat-footed on the potential headline of a simply enormous number and the UST supply implications going forward. Critically, however, he is taking the previously mentioned prior guidance from the Treasury at face value and expects that they will not announce further increases in coupon issuance. So the mix will remain massively concentrated in bills. Needless to say, this is potentially massive swing in expectations versus where my own hypothetical thoughts and where a lot of the street chatter have been moving. And despite Kaminsky's having admittedly incorrectly predicting larger TGA end-of-quarter level increases in his last two QRA projections, I respect John's intellectual firepower and process while also seeking to avoid confirmation bias. So this needs to be communicated as a potential bearish bonds risk into today's release. Bearish bonds. Now, I got something for you here. Whoop. Right here. We're going to take a look at our friend Volatility Wiz. You guys might know him as Scott. We're going to take a look what he had to say. And he shows, we're going to make this simple here. Make sure you follow him on FinTwit. And also make sure you sign up for his newsletter. And what do we have right here? Monday, January 29th, QRA estimates released. Similar pattern here, right? Weak, early part of the day. Grind, grind, grind. Scare you with a downside move. And then rip some fucking faces off right up into the bell. Sideways trade. And then bam, we get the down move on Tuesday and Wednesday. Bloodbath. And then what do we do for earnings? Rip some face off to the upside. So this part right here is what we're talking about. Sideways and down trade into FOMC, tech earnings, rip some faces off later in the week. I'm long calls now. I can't. Now, McElliott's saying something different. He's saying, whoop. Just, yeah, straight up right there. So let's take a look right now at the, bam, yield curve. So we're going to watch this yield curve closely here. This would be like a $2,000 pissy break for me, potty break for me. Still up a few pennies. Right there. Ooh. Doesn't matter if we cut rates or not. Just for the trade is all that matters. That's all that matters. Just the fucking trade. That's it. Who cares? Nobody gives a fuck if we're gonna. Nobody gives a fuck if we actually cut or not. Trading 32 right now, up 25%. And I got this feeling that it doesn't matter what the report is at 3. The trade is before 3 p.m. I think the thing that I'm trying to get to, point I'm trying to get to here is trade might be like that and then back down later. Something like that for the cross. Trading 33 right now. IWM breaking above its hourly trigger or its daily trigger. Tesla with a high of 198. Woof, almost 200. Dixie bouncing around. 10-year looking weak as all fuck. VIX 9-day wants to bloodbath down to 1374. HYG fucking humping right now. Cross of the hourly over the daily trigger on as well. Price target to the upside on SPX 5150. Meta trying to save its ass. I might not get my wish of 390. TLT coming back right now. NVIDIA pumping. PayPal pumping. Amazon pumping. AMD pumping. What are they going to do? Pump the whole market and pin SPY? All right, I'm gonna go take my break. Somebody call me on the phone if we. I'm just gonna put a sell order in. Hold on. All right, I've got sell stops up and down. I got up and down sell stops here. All right. Long spoos. I don't know if we get up this high. Let me check that one more time. Make sure I got this right. So I make sure I got this right. Hold on. I think I got that right. Keep your eyes on that hourly trigger down there. Keep your eyes on that shit down there. This is the only fly in the ointment that I got for you right now down here. And I'll be right back with you guys. Hold on one second with you guys. Hold on one second here. Just a heads up, they took my stops on that last bar right there. Took my stops out right here. So I'm now flat. Oh, I fucking hate these motherfuckers. But I do want to let you know that you have a series of higher lows. You see that? No new high. So you got the high here, and a failure once again to get a new high. You need this high right here. No high, send it down. So we'll keep track of this. I'm flat right now, not in any trade at this point. If there's no high here and buyers get trapped in here, they will send this bad boy all the way down. Hold on here. All the way down to the daily trigger down here. So you want to see if they get trapped in here right now. Now I'm stopped out. That doesn't mean we don't continue higher, but you want to see on this bar right now, do bulls get stopped out? If they do, you want to be switching to a put buyer here. But only if buyers get stopped. So pay close attention to this bar right now. If they do, you're going to see a real quick straight down here. And we will trade 50161 at least. Trade's not dead yet. I got stopped out. I don't want to give any money back on a Monday, so. We're not bearish yet. We're still bullish. I just took my stops here. This is just stop hunting. That's it. This is not bearish in any way, shape, or form. You need to close about closing bar below the 1 minute trigger. God damn it. I bought these fucking calls down here. All the way down. They were up to like 38 cents up here. Trade's still alive right now. There's no bearishness here at all. You have to have the close be low in here. Bam, 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 bam. For you to get all bared up. You want to watch this really closely right here. Here's the I'll put the alternate trade in for you here. Right there. Oh, I'm so glad they didn't take me. Look at that right there. I'm so fucking glad they didn't take me there. So excited they didn't take me. I was already out. I got out flat up here. I got taken out right here. That's where I got taken out. I didn't lose a single penny, so I'm happy. Yeah, I'm watching too, Jimmy. I probably should have bought that shit, huh? Probably should have bought that fucker right there. They took it to a tick too. Look at it. Look at that right there. Look at that right down there. They took it right to a tick down there. Woof. That's talking about a fucking stop right there. Took out everybody's stops right there. Bing. Yeah, Jimmy, they'll take it right down here, brother. Take it right down here. See it right there? That one will go right here. You already got that one right there, so that's actually right there. This actually turns into this one right here. A little spin, a little sloppy here. Apologies for the sloppiness, whatever that is. Because you got that one. No, that's your first one right there. There's your first one right there. You broke it. So then you go up there, right there. Next one is right there. And this one becomes right there. I got that right. I had that right the first time. Right there. I had that fucking right the first time. There. It's something like this. That was your first one. It's like that. That's your first one right there. Next one right here. Failure. Bulls to get a new high. Downside incoming. Still no close yet on the bear plane, but it looks brutal. That does not look good for bulls right now. Door's still open briefly, but it did not look good. I'm trying to buy some puts here if I can right now. If I can, I want to buy some puts right there. Just waiting to see what happens right here. Sorry that I'm yawning right now. I didn't realize the microphone was on. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to wait because I don't want to grab these things on the wrong price. I want to get them like right fucking here if I can. Like right there. I want to make sure there's a rejection up here. I mean, these motherfuckers look weak as fuck, don't they? Look at them. This looks weak as fuck in here. VIX 9-day looks like it can still go down here. Still suspect of this. I mean, that's where I want to buy fucking VIX, right down there. I want to buy fucking VIX right down there. See it down here? Watch my cursor down here. I want to buy VIX right there. In a big ass way. Like VIX, 9-day VIX at $10, auto buy. Remember, we're still in positive gamma. So they fucking buy the dip. That's why I'm suspect here. And I'm like, yeah, you want to see a failure here, please. Yeah, I got nothing here unless I see a rejection. I want to see a rejection right up here. These fucking bulls will turn this shit right around on you in a heartbeat. Still better as a buy the dipper here. Like even just looking at this right now, I'm like, hey, even if it bloodbaths, you're still better off as a buy the dipper down here. We're in positive fucking gamma. These fucking bulls will buy all this shit. They don't care. I know I gotta take a piss really quick. I gotta take a piss. Hold on, I still haven't taken a piss. I'll be right back. Those 511s are cheap now. They're 15 cents. All right, so just a heads up here. I am setting up another trade for 510C. Not on the trade right now, but I am looking for a squeeze still. I just don't know if they're going to bloodbath this down really quick and then rip it up. 510C, they're getting cheap. They're back up to 44 cents, but I'm looking for a deal. I'm looking for like 20 cents on these calls. Didn't buy puts here. I still haven't pissed NorCal Joe. I want to take the fucking trade right now. I want the fucking trade right now for a face ripper up there. I think I take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh God, these fucking bears want it so bad. Look at them. They're like, oh, just give it to me right now. Give it to me the downside right now. Please, bears, give it to me the downside, Cap. Oh yeah, Cap, give it to the downside. I can see it already, Cap. Oh yeah. Oh, give me the blood. Ooh. Make it rain. Make it rain, blood. Oh. Oh. Make it rain. Oh. Did they get the new? You need the new low, bear. That's not good enough, bear. What are you doing, bear? That's not good enough, bear. Goddamn fucking bears. So they need this low right here. See this tick? I see my cursor right there. They need that new low. You got to get it down right here. Let's make it bigger. Down more, bear. Right there. Just need that one more, bear. Then you get that one right there too, bear. I think I'm missing one more right here. I should have drew that in, but whatever. Oh, yeah. Almost there. Oh. Oh. Oh, yeah. Give me down here. We're not done. Little penetrate. Dude, look at that. Just bouncing off the half hour trigger again. Traded the half hour trigger earlier this morning, right here, and here, and here. Come on, Bears. Pound it. HYG is just chilling right now. Dixie, yeah. Nothing special on Dixie here. 10-year yield still dropping right now.
$1.22 lower today at 82.63 per barrel.
Hey, where's NorCal Joe? Where do you live in Northern California? Let me turn this back on here. Whoa, wrong space right there. Where's North? Oh, I'm getting ready to buy calls right now. No fill yet. I missed it. I think I'm going to miss this. I put an order in for 15 cents, but it didn't fill. It was at 15 earlier, but it didn't get a fill. Come on down and fill it, baby. Still no fill. Oh, yeah. Hold on a second. I got an order in for 12 cents now. $0.12 on 510C. Still not in. Still not in. Still no fill. There was like a fucking minute there where they were trading like 15 or 14 cents here. Still no fill for me. Look at that fucking dice fucking boom. Blood, baby. See it right there? That's what happens when you fail to get a new high. See that right there? Failure to get a new high. Rolled it down right here. Gave you an exit right in here. Whoop. And then bloodbath your ass straight down to the daily trigger. Straight up bloodbathing. No calls for me. There was a brief moment in here, but I didn't have. I had them set up, but no buy order in. Hoping maybe we can get maybe one more death knell down there. Maybe that'd be kind of nice to get one more push down. See if we can get one more leg down and just touch that hourly trigger. Let's check the 30-minute hourly. No, we got more down to go. We're not done. We're not done going down. We're not done going down. We're not done going down. Oh, yeah, dude. 505. Woo! We're not done going down yet. We got more down to go. We still got more. We half hour, 1 hour velocity is still not down to zero yet. We still have more down to go. We're not done going down here. On the half hour, the hourly velocity is still not at zero line, so we could have some more down to go. We're not done yet. I'm going to clear my trade for a minute. Now I'm just flat. I've got no calls lined up. I had an order in for 12 cents, but I'm going to take it off for a moment here and just see what this is right here. I want to see what happens right here. I'm afraid we're not going to get back to 510 by close. Maybe I have to look for 508s or something like that. $508's trading $1.08 right now. Those are a little rich too. Those are pretty expensive 508s. Trading 509 right now. Just for shits and giggles. Like $1.20 is a lot of fucking money right where we are. I got them set up. We'll see if they bloodbath this one more time. They make this they make this fucker rain down. If I can get like 508s for like 20 cents or something stupid, 40 cents. You got that one. So you're good on that one. This now all becomes resistance. I fucking didn't catch that. I missed that bullshit trade right there. I wish I caught that trade. Like that fucking trade right there is money. That's a nice trade right there. Pick that calls up right there, but I didn't catch that, so I can't even take that trade. I'll try for that one right there. I want one more. Right there if we can get it. Just get that fucking hour down there. Like 508.30 should make those calls like 40 cents or something. Just poke through, man. Just poke through. Just tip your wick down in there. Motherfucker. Sorry. Son of a bitch. God. I might have missed it. I just want one more. Just give me one more chance. Just give me one more chance. Don't do it. Don't do it. Fuck. No. I want to say that I think 511s were like, I don't know, 11, 12. Like, they look like shit now, too. They're like 8 cents right now. So they're being bled off. Maybe it's a good thing that I didn't buy the 511s down here because they were at like 15 cents. Looks like they repriced them in here somewhere. Let's see what happens up on this red block here. I want one more fucking down move. I want one more down move right there just to buy that shit. I hope that wasn't bottom right there. I mean, that's a pretty big wick right there, right? That's showing buyers stepping in. Still want one more leg down. I mean, take it down, right? Take it downtown, baby. Take it all the way down to the hourly trigger. And on a 30-minute basis here, on a 30-minute basis, I mean, look, 30-minute basis right here. We got a little bit more down. We can go there. We got some more down. We got some more down we can do here. We just some more damage. Do a little bit more damage to the downside. And down here, whoop. There's this whole block right here. Do a little bit more damage down in here. I'm not asking for that much. I'm not that greedy. Send it down one more time. Touch the fucking hourly trigger. Touch the hourly trigger, please. Sometimes you just don't get it.
They settle lower by $1.10 at $88.40 in the June contract.
13 minutes until we get the Treasury refunding financing estimates.
By $1.01 at $87.20.
Come on. Got it tagged here in the yellow line for 3 p.m. That might have been it right there. I'm a little stinky now that I didn't buy any fucking calls here. And I tried to buy this bar down here too. So like I saw the price come down here. We went back up, we went back down, and they weren't letting anybody in here. Then they started doing repricing bullshit in here. So I started looking at 508s. They were at $1.20. Now they're at $1.50. But too rich for my blood. I wasn't willing to risk $1.50 for fucking 0 dates. Maybe I can catch like a little bloodbath down here maybe for a dip buy. I think I'm hoping and praying though. I think I'm gonna lose out here. I don't think I'm gonna get it. Patience.
Do note in 10 minutes time, we're looking out for the Treasury's quarterly financing estimates, where we will get an updated estimate for the quarter ahead, as well as the initial Q3 estimates. Do note that in the January update, the Treasury said for the April to June quarter expects to borrow $202 billion in net marketable debt, assuming an end of June cash balance of $750 billion. Some analysts expect that could be revised lower slightly due to the surge in tax receipts, something to bear in mind.
That's McElliott today.
Analysts are largely expecting a strong rise in the initial estimate for the Q3 forecast. Remember, this comes ahead of the refunding announcement on Wednesday. That's where we'll get the actual breakdown of coupon sizes and bill issuance.
They're probably going to lay off this hedge as we come into that 3 o'clock hour. What happened to you? What happened with Think or Swim? What happened to Think or Swim? Ooh. I'll tell you this. Be nice to your broker. And if you're nice to your broker and say, hey, I just got locked out, sometimes they'll give you your money back. That's true. Mobile and web works, but not desktop. Get on there right now and tell them right as soon as you can. Be like, hey, Bulls with a failure here to catch a new high with a squeeze up to 512. The moment that they missed their new high right here, they sent it back down right in here, right? Boom to the downside. Waiting on some data here at 3 p.m. I'm hoping that I can get a quick blast down. Whoop. But I might have missed the trade already. I tried to buy this down below here, and I just missed the fucking trade. Then I went in and tried to buy that shit again in there. Couldn't fucking buy it. So now I'm looking at 508 Cs. Too rich for my blood at the moment, so. Market clearing up. The market's clearing out right now. You can see the market's going black right now. Waiting for this news. Oh, give me blood. Give me fucking blood. I'm wondering, too, if I should buy calls for tomorrow and not today if it's bloody. Oh. Oh, yeah. Please give me a fucking bloodbath. Let me look at hold on, I'm gonna look at some calls for tomorrow instead. Hold on. Calls are actually cheap for tomorrow. Dude, calls are super fucking cheap. 513s are 26 cents for tomorrow. $513s for tomorrow are 26 cents. Yeah, you know what? All right, I might miss this trade, but hold on here. No, not yet. Don't do me yet like that. Hear me out here for a minute. Now I could miss this trade. I got 511Cs lined up for tomorrow. They're expensive as fuck. I'm hoping for a fucking bloodbath here. 513s were 26 cents. Those are dirt fucking cheap. 513Cs for tomorrow and a bullish news for tomorrow is going to be a banger trade. Banger trade. But if we can get a bloodbath here for a trade for tomorrow, this might be nice. So I'm getting greedy on this trade right now, and I shouldn't. I should just get the 26-cent calls for tomorrow at 513 or at 26 cents. But 513Cs tomorrow expiry. They were 26 cents a few moments ago. I didn't buy them. I'm trying to get greedy here, so I'm looking for some bad news, hopefully. Yeah, me too. I want to see like a bloodbath, like straight the fuck down. It could be a juicy ass trade. Yields curve still dropping right now. Vic's saying the move is up. HYG bullish as fuck. Not reflected in the price of SPY right now. I mean, everything is pointing to this being just a hit and run. Make it rain blood, baby. I'm going to remove this yellow thing here. Or I'll make it really small so you can see the price action. Sell the news maybe too, right? I think I missed my fucking trade down here. Fuck. I wonder what those 513s cost down here. I bet they were dirt fucking cheap. But they're like 10 goddamn cents or something. Now I'm like pissy. Now I'm angry.
1 minute now till
you got some for tomorrow?
financing estimates, where at the last quarter it forecast $202 billion for the April-June period. We'll also be getting first look at the July forward period. Ten seconds.
They're 18 cents. It's fucking dirt ass cheap, man. Dirt fucking cheap. Whole full day on them.
And Treasury says that April to June borrowing estimate assumes end cash balance 750 billion.
Oh, keep going down.
Expects to borrow 243 billion. That's been raised in April to June, up 41 billion from the January estimate. And it also expects to borrow 847 billion in July-September quarter, assuming end of September cash balance for 850 billion. So that has been raised for this current quarter. Expect to issue 243 billion in April to June, up 41 billion from the January estimate. And for the quarter ahead, initial estimates of 847 billion in July-September quarter, assuming end of September cash balance of 850 billion. And as a reminder, we get the breakdown of coupon and bill issuance on Wednesday. We are expecting coupon auctions to remain the same, and many analysts do say that any more funding needs would be met through increased bill issuance. Of course, we will get confirmation of that on Wednesday.
Woo! Woo-hoo-wee! Tag of the hourly trigger. Spike in yields. Where's that data? I want that data, though. I mean, that fucking data. $5.11s for tomorrow, trading 51 cents. We're going down. We're going down. We're going. All this is going down. We're going straight down here. 511's at 40 cents. I don't own them yet, but I'm looking at them.
And as the dust settles from those financing estimates, rather, are seeing a downside in stocks and treasuries.
Dollar index cranking right now. Can you just leave it right there for me? Take my hat off there. Thanks. Appreciate it. 243 billion in privately held non-bankable debt, assuming a cash balance 750 billion. It's like a D. It ain't an F. What's going on out there? I'm not sorry, I'm not reading what you guys are talking about out there. Hold on a second here. Market is definitely not liking this news. It's not an F, but it ain't no A either. It ain't no B. It ain't no B plus. In any way, shape, or form. Remember, this wasn't supposed to be news today, right? Not supposed to be news today. Everybody was watching Wednesday and not today on Monday. Oh, hell yeah, Bear Music. I got you covered. Hold on a second here. I'll put some Bear Music on. I'm trying to catch a trade here, too. Still no trade for me. Hopefully you're following along with Captain Jim James today, and you're not losing any money today, or you're making money if you bought puts earlier. What are we going to play right here?
And folks, just in the wake of that Treasury announcement there, we have started to see yields.
Whoa, that's loud. That's really, really, really loud.
Still off the best levels of the day. That said, we are just seeing a follow.
That's really loud. Sorry about that.
Into negative territory now. And the dollar just picking up in wake of that announcement.
Yeah, baby. Wealth preservation intact. I can't say I'm upset at this point. You were shown where to get out of the market if you were a bull. Yield curve with a nice little bump in it. Still nothing too crazy just yet. Dixie with a little bit of a oomph right here. A little bit of buy here. Still not going to the moon yet, so this is a small event so far. US 10-year with a little bit of bump. VIX 9-day right now. Let's take a peek at that. Woo! I'm not ready to buy yet either. I'm not buying this bullshit either. Want nothing to do with it. Bam, looking for that move down right there. You're gonna hear that all the bond boys out there are gonna be like, expect more doom on Wednesday. Hold on a second here. Let me write poetry to you tonight. Let's take a look at SPX really quick. Gamma. Oh, yeah. They took it right to the gamma flip. Look at this really quick. Right to the gamma flip. Woo! It's a whole lot of way down here, isn't there? It's a lot of gappage to fill down here. 5055 needs filled, doesn't it, Bears? So that news was not good, but it wasn't. All right, so that if I know that Andy Constant likes to letter grade stuff. This is like a D. It wasn't an F, but it was not good. Hold on here. Hold on. Look at the thumbnail, baby. I put it on the thumbnail of today's video on YouTube. Woo. Just give it a flush. Give it one more flush. One more flush. That's right. Well, you've got the estimates come out, and then they're going to give you the results on Wednesday, but this is the trade today on Monday, not Wednesday. Today. Today's the trade. All right, all right. I posted for you McGilligot inside the Discord. Woo. Yeah, I'm not looking at it right. I think we have more down to go, so no call buying yet for me. Here, we'll clean all this up. So right here, right? Let's look at a couple things here together. Okay, so a nice little bloodbath there today, right? Unexpected bloodbath down here. This put a lot of pain on people. We did earlier today, though. We did earlier look for what? We got long right here. Right? Somewhere in there we got long. Somewhere in here we got long, right? Long right there. Matter of fact, I was up significantly. But we were looking for the new high, right? And what have I been stressing to you? What have I been stressing to you? You must get the new high, right? You must trade the new highs and the new lows as we cross above the daily trigger, right? I've stressed this to you time and again, especially in market briefs, right? You saw this earlier too, right? This was the open. Got the high, failed to get the high. What did they do? Slam you down, right? Failed to get the high again, no trade. Try it one more time, failed. As soon as we came down here and failed this, what do we say right there? Nope. Trigger the stops for the upside move. Bears take over. They get underneath. They complete the bear plane. We blast down to the daily trigger. Didn't catch a buy here, did I? Missed it. I tried to buy that right there, trade that back up. I had a big red box right here, and I said to you, let's see what they do right here. And what they do in that red box? Bam, down to the depths of hell, right? Dropped it again on you. So, what do we got? What are we looking at down here? We got right here is the gamma flip, and this is the entire move down here, right? So, hi, kitty. Hi, kitty, kitty. So, what do you need to see to be a bull here, right? What do you need to see? Hi, kitty. How are you? You want to say hi now? What do you need to see as a bull here? You need to see the whole move get erased right down here. Hi, cat. Or a recovery of what? The 1 and 5 minute trigger and the hourly trigger, right? You need to see one or the other. And let's not forget about this down here. You want to go to Party Town. How about them apples? 503. You want to see that action again? So we can see that easy. We can easily see a rejection and bam, right there. Easy. Easily see that. So what does a bull do? Bull needs to see. Hi, kitty. I know, kitty. Somewhere right in there. Bull can't get long unless he sees something like this. So you'd be a buyer right there. Oh, my cat's pissed at me now. Cat's like, fuck you, no. So you need to see that, right, as a bull. See it now? No safety in here. No safety there. Right there, there's some safety. So until the situation changes, and let's look at one more thing. On a 30-minute basis, let's look at velocity for the hourly. We're not even done, are we? We're not even done going down, according to this at least. So, see it right there? You want to be buying that right there, don't you? So there's a chance we have more down to go, isn't there? Not guaranteed, but a good chance of it. So, on a 1 minute basis, knowing the 30-minute velocity, there's two paths here, aren't there? Let's see what happens. Oh, and I'm eating while we're trading here, so give me a second here. Remember, no one had this today as news, and it wound up being some pretty big news, wasn't it? And this right here is the, just so you know that, this is the gamma flip right there.
Comments from ECB's de Guindos. We are heading in the right direction on inflation. Just a reminder, we do get the HICP metrics from the Eurozone tomorrow. Analysts after the Spanish data and German data are expecting lower core rates.
Dip being bought on the gamma flip. IWM being bought in its hourly trigger. Tesla doing just fine right now, has not gone back to test its hourly trigger. Dixie's still pumping right now, looking for a rejection off of the 30 minutes at 105.75, 105.71. U.S. 10-year not showing anything really crazy at this point, on the yield curve at least. VIX 9-day trading all the way up to its hourly trigger. We'll see if it reverses to the downside. BA about to break above its target of 173.02 for 176.09. HYG trading down to its half-hour trigger. Still in a bull plane right now. Still couldn't get the bloodbath in Meta yet. TLT, no real reaction, nothing big. A little bit of blood here to the half-hour trigger, but that's it. AMD with a little, or Amazon with a little bit of blood here. Trading back to its hourly trigger and daily trigger. I'm not a buyer until we get over here. I don't want to be a buyer at all. No buyer until I get over there.
And more here from the ECB's de Guindos. He says services inflation slowdown has stalled. 2% price goal to be hit in 2025, but there are substantial risks. Wage growth is showing some signs of easing. There's still a lot of work to be done on inflation, de Guindos says.
$3.24 in the afternoon. Almost at the 3:30 half an hour. We'll find out if these buyers are going to step in the next half hour or not. Oh my God, as home sellers, buyers wait on a Fed cut. If you're waiting for a Fed cut on as a home buyer, you better be waiting until the fucking market crashes before you go buying anything. This is insane. Look at this. Look at this report down here. This report down here says, I want to warn you guys of something out there. It says, as home sellers, buyers wait on a Fed cut. Here's how mortgage rates have impacted the spring housing market. If you are looking for a deal on rates, if you're a potential home buyer, it says here the 30-fix rate mortgage rose to 7.17% for the week ended April 25th. According to Freddie Mac data via the Federal Reserve, while some buyers have come to terms with 7% interest rates, the volatility of rates is really the thing that's going to impact the market the most, said Nicole Bashad, a senior economist at the Zillow Group.
And more here from the ECB's de Guindos. He says consumer spending should strengthen.
People looking to buy or sell a home this spring are paying close attention to mortgage rates. The average 30-year fixed was at an average now of 7.17% for the week ending April 25th. Buyers and sellers may not see any relief soon. It remains unclear when the Fed might make its first rate cut. Experts anticipate policymakers will continue to hold rates steady in this week's meeting and will trim borrowing costs in the second half of the year. I believe our first rate cut is penciled in for July, said Matthew Walsh, assistant director and economist at Moody's Analytics. Until then, average mortgage rates might continue to bounce around 6.5 to 7.5%. We might not see if rates fall in any meaningful way until the later half of this year. Rates will keep buyers and sellers on their toes. The biggest thing when we're looking at mortgage rates right now is volatility. While some buyers have come to... Oh, wait a minute. We already read that. The swinging movement of rates is going to keep buyers and sellers on their toes for longer than expected, Bashad explained. For example, a home buyer hoping to secure a $400,000 30-year fixed-rate mortgage might have gotten a rate of about 6.82 in early April. according to Freddie Mac and Fed data. That works out to a monthly mortgage payment of around $2,613. 2 weeks later, rates were hovering at 7.10. That slightly higher rate adds $75 a month to your monthly mortgage payment, or $27,000
More from
over the life of the loan.
Says he's not committing to a particular rate path.
I need to start giving people loans. Even a 1 percentage point difference. This is what they used to do, right? They'd be like, I'll give somebody a loan, and then I'll repackage it and resell it to somebody else and get paid. That's what they used to do, right? Even a 1 percentage point difference may not sound like much, but it can mean almost $200 more in a monthly mortgage payment. Would-be buyers paying attention to the math. For the week ending April 19th, demand dropped 2.7% compared with the week earlier. Spring housing market is getting back to normal. The spring housing market this year is somewhat getting back to normal. Some areas are experiencing more sales as some buyers get used to the idea of 7% and look for ways to make it work, she said. Even so, more sales are expected to happen at the end of May and early June, she said. That's also when sellers tend to get the best prices. To that point in 2023, homes listed in the first 2 weeks of June sold for 2.3% more, a 7,700 boost on a typical U.S. home, according to earlier Zillow analysis. I'd say we'd probably also see a later spring season this year, Bashud said. Now, I'm fascinated by this because they don't address the title of the article. Saying buyers wait on Fed cut. Here's or as home sellers, buyers wait on a Fed cut. And that sounds nightmarish to me. If the Fed was going to cut rates, I would expect the housing market to fucking crater. Like literally crater. I guess as a buyer, that's good for you, but would you buy a house right when rates are cut, or would you wait for the market to crater? I guess would be the point. You'd probably be waiting for a neighborhood you want to live in to see multiple for sale signs all over that street or within a quarter-mile area, which is not happening right now. Right now, there are not a ton of homes for sale. And I don't know where you live, but I haven't seen many homes come for sale where I live, like an increase this year. I don't know that I'd be a buyer there. I'd probably give it a season. I don't know. I could be wrong on that, but I would probably give it a season. Or just buy now with high rates, I guess, and try to get out once they do start cutting rates. Maybe, I guess, if you're going to be a homeowner for like 2 or 3 years, capitalize on like 2 years of rate hikes staying in effect until 2026, and then try to sell and time the market top, possibly. I want to buy that right there, that ticker. Still no buy for me. Is she saying that it's picking up right now or not, Waterboy? I'm not buying this shit. I ain't buying none of this shit. I need to see us above this stuff over here. I'm not buying this unless we get above. Come back down, watch that 1 minute trigger get in there. I need something like that. This is a bull trap, or in my view right now it is. Too dangerous. I don't want to get my ass taken. I think there's more down into tomorrow. My bet here is that we roll down and the dip buy is on the opening bell. That's my best guess right now.
Related news here, TPR and CPRI. The Tapestry Capri deal is set to face a court hearing on the 9th of September, according to a judge.
That's nice, Waterboy. What did she think about the did she have any impact on the was there any impact on her on the percentage share for buyer and seller realtors? I've heard that it has no impact. Yeah, no trade for me still. Yeah. What I heard, what I was told, I got a buddy that works for Keller Williams, and he was saying that no one gets 7% as it is, and all that stuff is worked out. They see it being the same, like no real difference. Maybe it is for like a cheap house or something, but so just a quick warning to you here into tomorrow. Just a quick warning to you. No call buying for me unless we're up here. I need to see that cross above. Market loves to like trade up here into the close, and then we pull down into the open, and your actual dip buy was tomorrow. So no trade for me. I was in a trade briefly this morning or afternoon. I got out without losing my ass. Nice bloodbath here. I'm afraid of buying calls here into the close. Where's 1600? What I don't want to do here. So here's 4 p.m. What I don't want to do here is be stuck under this stuff, and then they dump it overnight, and the real dip buy is on Monday morning. So I'm still waiting to get above this half-hour trigger. This all looks bullish. I just don't like the timing of it. So I want to get above this stuff, and then I'll take a call trade with you. Looks like a bull trap to me. Do I think Tesla runs more? Yeah, I do. Trying to buy this hourly trigger right here. Try to buy 180 if you can. 180 on the open. Yeah, the seller pressure is too high for me to do this. These fucking sellers want it all, don't they? God damn these sellers. Ruthless. Yeah, no trade for me. Yeah, I need that white. I need that trigger to come right up right there. I'm here to make fucking money. Definitely not here to give money away. What I don't like here, my biggest problem that I have right now is this right here. So my biggest problem with price at the moment is we're not above the hourly and the half hour. There's no cross on the fucking. There's no bull cross here yet. It's almost there, but it's not quite there. You can see it right here. So there's still a lot of danger here for bulls. You can experience failure anywhere in here. So I need to see like a new high. Let me draw this out better. Let me make this cleaner. This looks like dog shit. So here's where your sellers are right here. So I need to see like the break above these sellers and the 1 minute trigger to come up here. Without seeing that new high, I'm refusing to take some calls. And this is the same thing as I would have gotten wrecked if I wasn't using these rules earlier. So I've got no want here to get fucked up. I'm not paying fucking 2, 3, 4, 5 grand to fucking be a fucking cowboy. So they're sitting right here, and they're going to try to come back in again and rain some hell down on. So unless I see that, let me just see if I can draw that in better, because that looked like shit. I just need to be above right there. And then whatever that shit is right there. And coming into the close like this, you wake up tomorrow morning and they're fucking selling it down and pinning you into Wednesday, blood you down a little bit, and I'm over here trying to fucking buy calls. It's just not worth it. We got one more day until FOMC, so I'm not going to fuck with it. No business buy. You got business buying calls like from here to here. You can potentially buy some calls like here to here, but you got your like in and out surgical, and I can't do that on stream with you because you guys are too slow. So I get trading this, I get trading that, I get trading that. I get a bear coming in to trade that, but to say like, yeah, we're going to the moon off that. Not with that report. So, and not with velocity being like 1 minute velo is good, but half hour velocity is not saying we're bullish yet. So, I got no wants to be giving my money back. I think this would be this is the tell for me right up here. See what we got going on over here. Yeah, there's a fucking bull trap here. No, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it fucking stinks of a bull trap. PJ Bears want to come in here and fuck around over in the overnight here. Without a doubt. PJ Bulls want to rain this shit down. Woo! Woo-hoo-hoo! I want nothing to do with it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm suspicious. I'm suspicious. I ain't trusting the Bears right now. I'm not trusting the overnight Bears. That's who I'm not trusting. I'm not trying. I bet you there's like a bear out there and he's like, I want to start flexing it out and start selling. Because cash market, right? It's like right now we're in cash market. Market is supportive during the day. Dealers can sell futures. So I don't like it. Everything tells me to be fucking very careful here right now. All right, it's gonna be important right here. You want to see above 509.69. 509.69. 509.69. $509.70. $509.53. $509.54.
Just with regards to the imbalance, herring around about 1.5 on the buy side. It's 1.5 billion on the buy side.
$509.54. $62. $63. Oh! Bulls, baby, back! Bulls back right now. Bulls with a new high just then. Trading 509.74, baby. Woo! Buy any pullback here. Trading 509.83, 509.78. Two targets above. 510.07, 510.47. Bulls, baby, buying it. Woohoo! Bears getting squeezed right now. Watch the turn here on the upside. Upside target 510.07 and 510.53. Bears with a hit and run. No want to keep shorting. Woo! Trading 509.95 right now. One minute left. Fuck yeah, Bulls, baby. Woo! Dude, right there. That is fucking gorgeous right there. That's beautiful right there. Fucking stellar right there. Fucking stellar right there. Oh, yeah, baby. Rip it all the way up there. Rip it all the way up there. Trading 510.60 into the close. Fuck yeah.
And PARA Paramount is announcing it.
510.33, 510.35, 510.40.
Step down. So it's a Paramount.
510.44 right now, 510.48.
10 minutes time. But Chief Bob Backish is stepping down, as has been flagged up by various media reports in the last 24 hours.
Fuck yes. Full recovery almost.
Paramount is up around about 4/10 in after hours trade. For MSTR MicroStrategy, they report a loss per share of $3.09.
Mister with a loss, 510.75, next target.
Revenue comes in at 115 million. Analysts were looking for 123, so that's a little short there. They do report product licenses and subscription revenues of around about 36 billion. Analysts were looking for around about 36, so that's fairly in line.
Paramount Global Para announces Bob Backish is stepping down as CEO, but it's as expected. Nothing unknown there. That was this morning, right? Let's see what Para's doing right now in the after hours. Hi, Hi, Kitty. Trading 510.42, looking for 510.75. 76, I should say. Woo! Fucking moving.
For German listed Morphosis, there are
coast to coast
financial guidance that was published in
from the Gamma Flip 507.25.
Will no longer make a forecast for gross margins or revenue for Monjuvi.
High tick so far, 510.48.
Q1 amounted to 2.8 million. And for 2024, it expects R&D expense of 170 to 185 million on a standalone basis. Now starting to see numbers from PARA Paramount Global, adjusted EPS 60.
We have another 12 minutes left. See if we can tag this last one.
There. And revenue comes in at 7.7 billion. Analysts were looking for 7.74, so slightly short on revenue, but it's a comfortable profit beat on an adjusted basis there from PARA.
Paramount's now mooning, trading 1274. Bottom right hand side of your screen.
The details.
Paramount with the beat.
Revenues at 5.2 billion, short.
Traded 1280.
The DTC revenues at 1.9 billion, more or less in line with the expected there. And filmed entertainment revenues there at 605 million, above the expected 577. So revenues a little light, but profits comfortably beating there.
MicroStrategy, adjusted EPS minus 3.09, revs 115 million. The expected was 121, so a miss on MicroStrategy.
And Paramount shares are extending gains in post-market trade, now up 3.3%.
IWM holding on to its gains into the bell. SPY holding on to its gains in the bell. Yield curve looking weak again. Dixie looking weak again. Sellers coming in once again on the hourly trigger on the 9-day. BA beefing it up to get to the upside. HYG into the bell strong. Huge green bar on SPX Gamma to hold on to the Gamma flip. Meta holding on to its gains, not breaking below the weekly trigger. TLT turning it around into the bell here. TLT looking bullish, like it wants to trade 90-40. Para immediately sells, dude. Para fucking sold like nobody's business. NVDA strong into the bell. PayPal strong into the bell. Amazon strong into the bell. And AMD, not doing too much. It's kind of putting around on AMD into the bell. I want to see if they can smack this bitch up in here. Oh, shouldn't say that. Sorry. Apologize for that. Slap slap that dude up in there.
Just with regards to the details of Paramount PARA CEO Backish,
Apologize.
A management committee as it negotiates possible change in control of the company, it says.
I think we can slam it up in here to the end, to the close here. I think it's possible. And gap this fucker up tomorrow. All right, I think that's all I've got on. Let me take a look here. I think that's all we've got for big reports, right? I think that's all there is. 1.5 billion to the buy side. No. Right there. Paramount, Transocean, XP, Woodward, Logitech, Lattice, Arch, Chegg. Chegg selling off into the close here, down to $6.21. $6.20. Tomorrow in the morning, PayPal has ER. It's one of my favorite picks this week. PayPal, AMD, a little bit of Amazon. We still haven't looked at Apple yet. We still haven't looked at Fastly. We still haven't looked at Fubu. And none of that stuff. Still haven't looked at MasterCard yet. Now, there's a lot of shit talking about Apple this past week. We'll have to take a look at Apple more closely tomorrow. Mickey D's before the bell tomorrow. Here, let me look at Mickey D's first. Dude, you know what I feel like McDonald's is? I feel like McDonald's is like there's one day they just declare bankruptcy. Yeah, more down to come. I got McDonald's missing. I think. Missing or selling anyways. Sell the news. Yep. McDonald's is likely actually due for a major correction. I am bearish on McDonald's. Bearish on McDonald's. Not going to happen. You're not bearish on McDonald's? I'm bearish on McDonald's tomorrow. Yeah, I've heard that about GE before. I know you guys like McDonald's. I know. I'm bearish on McDonald's. I'm bearish on McDonald's. Yeah, Sayers used to say that. I know them all, right? We all know them all, right? I'm too old. I know better. McDonald's is not the company that it once was. I'm sorry. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why I'm so bearish on McDonald's. I'm going to make it really simple for you. You know, you've got your kids, or you were a kid and you use something and then it goes public and you go, oh, my fucking kid was using that. There are so many more choices. Oh, Buffett's bearish too? I didn't know that. Or just that I'm as old as Buffett. There are so many more choices today that are equal or lesser cost versus the quality of McDonald's. They do have, I didn't know they had Slurpee still there. I think that there's going to be a drop. I think at some point you're going to go to one of their, earnings, and you're going to find out that no one's eating there anymore. I don't know if it's this earnings. Can't say that it's this one.
An adjusted metric here. The revenue comes in at 3.13 billion. Analysts had expected 3.127, so it looks like revenue's more or less in line there. But I'm on the lookout for any adjusted metric for the EPS.
But I do think it's going to take no less than I want to hear about the in-app purchases are cheaper and all that kind of stuff. There's like a for the price.
This is a beat. Adjusted EPS of $3.24. That's above the expected $3.18. So small revenue beat. EPS profits above expectations on an adjusted basis. Just going into the details here, the adjusted gross margin 58.2%, and analysts were looking for 58, so small beat on that front as well. R&D expenses,
they
come in below expectations at 564 million. Inventories meanwhile at 2.1 billion. That is against an expected 1.9, and they report also adjusted free cash flow of 627 million. That's short of the expected 811. In terms of the guidance for next quarter, they see adjusted EPS between $3 and $3.41, so the midpoint above the estimate of $3.12 there. And on the revenue front, they're guiding revenue between 3.03 and 3.23 billion, and the street was looking for about 3.11, so that would be fairly in line with the consensus.
So McDonald's to me is like that company where you need constant growth, right? You got to remember, like, these companies have to have constant growth. And McDonald's to me is like a company that people are actively looking for a replacement for the price that you're paying for what you're getting. Now, I don't know if that happens in this quarter, but my assumption here is that within 6 months to a year, you're going to see people say, oh, fuck that, I'm not going back there anymore. I'm going to try, or I found a new place that I like, and I'm going to start going there. And you know who else is showing that right now is Burger King. Burger King's already showing that out there where they're shutting stores down everywhere. I don't think it takes a while, but I do think they're ripe for, you got to remember, like, you got to be constantly growing, right? It's not good enough to just have revs. You have to be in growth right now. McDonald's is fucking huge right now. I mean, look at it. I mean, you can't. I mean, look at it. It's just never stopped, has it? It's just never stopped. I don't know of another time period where McDonald's was more non-iconic than I do right now. I've never known a time period where McDonald's was not as iconic as it. I've always known McDonald's being iconic, and I don't know that that's the case right now. How can I argue with it? I can argue with it right here. I can show it to you. Hey, you ready? Come on over here. I'm going to show you something. I want to show you what you're going to see it. I promise you. I 100% promise you. 100% I'm going to promise you something here, okay? Now, it might not be this quarter, but I want you to see something here. And I want you to see that when you begin to see price divergences like this really fucking freaks me out here. You see that one right there? It really freaks me out. And I didn't say to you, like, I said a company that would declare bankruptcy without you knowing it. This looks like it right here. And the scariest part is that there's a major price divergence. Even though price is going up, this is telling you right now that major holders are getting rid of it. They're dumping it. So even though price is going up, when you have a divergence on a quarterly and monthly basis like this, it says something's going on that we can't see. And you like get a lot of pullbacks here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Then this one over here. I don't know when it happens, but I'm gonna make a guess that there's something we don't know about. There's something we don't know yet about McDonald's, and I don't know what the fuck it is. I'm not gonna tell you that I have the answer. My assumption here with McDonald's is it's something that we don't know. It's unknown to the market. You can see easily on quarterly and monthly velocity that there's a divestment in believing McDonald's is the future. And I don't know why that is. I don't know what it is. I don't know how it's going to come out. I don't know if it's that they did some fucked up accounting practice. I don't know if it's a fundamental shift in eating habits of kids. Or even kids and adults, or if it's that I think it's that it costs too much. If I had to guess, what I'm trying to pin it on is I got guys that work for me, right? So I got people that work for me, and these people I pay them between $20 and $30 an hour, right around there. These guys that work for me can't afford to pay their taxes, and let's have a wife and a child and go to McDonald's. That's a problem. It's a major foundational problem to McDonald's. McDonald's is known for, I've got kids. I need a cheap meal. I can eat with my wife and my child, and it's not going to break the bank. And so you have people around America that can't afford to eat at McDonald's. McDonald's meal for 3 people, 4 people is costing what right now? Probably $40 to $60 at minimum, right? $40 to $60 with your taxes and all that kind of stuff. Let's say 30. Right? They charge a lot, right? What does a McDonald's meal cost? Coke, a fry, and a Big Mac. What do you get? Was $12, $15? Got to be, right? So you figure like 3 people, what is that? $30, $40? That's a lot of money. I think that's a lot of money for low income worker. I think that's a ton of money. Yeah, $30, $40. If you got to throw a couple Sundays in there for you and the kid or something like that, or a frap, or I don't fucking know. Whatever I don't know. Maybe you like McNuggets or something, so you get like an 80-pack or something. So I don't know that it's today, but I think what they built themselves over the years as was like, hey, this Tuesdays we do 39-cent burgers, or I see it sometimes in high-end restaurants right now. 2 restaurants I've been to recently were trying to push off a burger for, the last one I saw was $16 or $17, and it was a frozen fucking patty that was like a 1/4 inch thick. So I'm fearful for McDonald's. You can get a better meal at probably a local joint or like a Culver's. I could be wrong in this too. Five Guys still, they're private, but Five Guys seems like they're doing fine too, right? Do you guys eat at Five Guys? Mr. Talking Monkey is saying, well, I worked in advertising in the last 5. Yeah, remember the fast food value wars? Yeah, it brings customers back. It's expensive right now. It's expensive to go out to eat. Do you guys eat at Culver's? Culver's looks like it would be in a position to overtake McDonald's or yeah. Last 4-hour Canada was banging, dude. They bought that fucking thing like it was nobody's business, and we're likely gonna gap up tomorrow as well. I mean, for the price, right? Like comparison wise, that's my biggest fear is that it's not that McDonald's won't continue to. Okay, so let's make this simple. Okay, we're gonna make this really simple. So we're gonna simplify this. If McDonald's sells 10 hamburgers, right, and this is the valuation of them selling 10 hamburgers, next year they have to sell 11 hamburgers for that valuation, don't they? Get it? They got to sell 11. So you got 10 hamburgers here and 11 hamburgers for the price of McDonald's to go up. If McDonald's instead sells 10 hamburgers next year and not 11, where do you see price? Not higher, right? And what if McDonald's end up serving 9 hamburgers that we don't know about instead of 10? So it's like the chase for growth, right? You're constantly looking for growth, 10, 11, 12, and expansion. That's my fear for McDonald's is you're not getting that. So I'm bearish on it. I'd like to see what we do tomorrow on McDonald's, but I'm fairly bearish on it. I don't like seeing this shit too down here. Trading all the way to the monthly trigger like it's nobody's business. Like these are pretty big pullbacks here. That's a big pullback. That's a big pullback. They're just like tapping on this fucking monthly here. One of these days this shit's going to break and you're going to see McDonald's trading $162. That's going to break and you're going to see that $212, 167, and you're going to say, why did that happen? Because you need constant growth, and I don't know that they're getting it right now. I could be wrong, but I don't like them right now. I don't like them at all. It's pretty simple, right? You got to have the constant growth. In your view, what's your perception of McDonald's? Is it favorable or unfavorable? Do any of you have a favorable view of McDonald's right now? Do any of you go out of your way to eat at McDonald's? McDonald's to the moon? So you do seek it out. Yeah, I had the ER schedule is inside of the market brief from last night. Yeah, if you live in a small place, you can't compare yourself to the like. I get it. If you live in a small town and you only have like McDonald's and KFC, there's no real comparison, is there? But if you live anywhere with more than one burger joint, maybe not count Burger King. Yeah, I agree with that too. I'm interested because when do you want to show you what that? You want to show you what happens? I want to show you what happens. I'm going to show you guys something really quick. I'm going to show you what happens when this happens. Okay. So this is the divergence I'm talking about, right? On McDonald's. I'm going to show you what happens when this happens. Okay. You get some pretty big crashes. You see that one right there? See that one right there? You got a crash in McDonald's. You got another one happening right now. Whenever we're trying to predict a crash in SPY or Qs, it's usually the same thing. You're losing velocity relevant to price. So you get a big squeeze up and then a blast down. So I'm really scared for McDonald's. I wonder what they make up of the Dow Jones Industrial Average, what their makeup is of the Dow Jones. Or do they just follow the DGIA completely? Yeah, and they haven't followed, have they? They've been going down since January. They've been on their way down since January, so they are opposite the market. Let's look at this really quick. See that divergence right there? I want to show you guys something here. I knew I was right on this fucking shit. You guys telling me all kinds of nonsense. You see that right there? You see that price divergence right now? You know, I end up seeing SPY going up. There's something going on. There's something stinky about it. You got SPY going up, and you got like all this here, and McDonald's was going down while SPY was going up. SPY now going up again, more down for McDonald's. There's a big divergence here right now in these tickers. A big divergence. There is. The divergence in McDonald's and SPOOs. So, see that right there? Yeah. They're fucking selling before, not recovering completely. There's a divergence in price. Like SPY keeps on going up. Rich fucks keep divesting themselves in the background. Dillyville looks pretty good on it. That shit's going to burn tomorrow. I think. So, I'll see all of you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. And, yeah, see you here tomorrow morning, 9:30. Hopefully you didn't lose any money today. If you were getting torn to pieces earlier this afternoon, hopefully you were able to get stopped out before you lost any money. For any of you that traded that bounce off of the daily and hourly trigger all the way up into the close, congratulations. I will see all of you guys tomorrow. One more day, and then we get the FOMC on Wednesday at 9:30 in the morning. There's not much tomorrow for news. We just have earnings today, and we've got a bunch of earnings tomorrow. But no news unless it's global news markets coming out tomorrow. All the big news drops are on Wednesday and Friday.